الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Today we are going to have the university secretary. I told you that the university secretary is not the secretary we used to see in our secondary schools. The secretaries, those that type, we call them stenographers. So here when we say that one is a university secretary, is a very big person. It's the accounting office of the university. We shall have the academic registrar at exactly 10. So all people that had questions that relate to academics, admission letters, change of program, change of study time, change of teaching subjects, the academic registrar is going to be here. And is going to be here at exactly 10. At midday, we shall have the university librarian. Yesterday and the other day I told you that the library is one of the places that you must register with in order to complete your registration at the university. And here at the university, we consider you a student when you are fully registered. So right now you are between a student and a non-student. Probably after registering, you will become a student. So it is better that you stay around at midday and meet the university librarian. At 2 we shall have the university bursar, and we shall conclude today with the ICT. So ICT was here yesterday. Those that attended, kindly attend even today. Those that didn't attend, make it a point to attend. Tomorrow we shall have faculties. They will project the program. It is already there. Where you see your faculty, all school is the only session you attend. If you are not sure, come and attend all of them until you meet your faculty. Then on Friday afternoon, it will be a compulsory session. We shall have the chairperson convocation, and we shall conclude with the guild leadership. Okay. With us here, we have the University Secretary, represented by the Deputy University Secretary, Mr. James Twinamasko, who is going to present to us a presentation in line with the Office of the University Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give Mr. Twinamasko 2 factorial as he comes to greet us. You're welcome.
Good morning, students. Good morning. So you are most welcome to Kyambogo University. I know you have been welcomed since Monday, but it does no harm if I add on the voices of the others to welcome you. As you may have been told, the university received a lot of applications. And if you find yourself here now, it means you passed through something very strange so that you find yourself out of the very many applications that we are considering. So, congratulations. I have already been introduced, and I'm the Deputy University Secretary. So, the Office of the University Secretary is established. It's an established office, and the university operates under the law which is called the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act. For some of you who like to read laws, you can get that law and read it. You will know how the university operates and the environment under which it operates. So that is the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act. Our office is located on the second floor of Senate Building. You might have heard of that building, or you have been there, or you are yet to go there, but that's where we are located. And I have provided the list of the staff that run that office. They are right there. But also under our office, we have other units which are managed by the Office of the University Secretary as the main department, and we have the legal affairs, we have estates and procurement and disposal unit, the medical center and security. So all those units, they fall under the Office of the University Secretary as a department. The University Secretary has three major roles, and I'm going to present all those three roles. The first one is that the University Secretary undertakes the general administration of the university. Now, when I talk of general administration, it means all administrative issues that affect the university in one way or the other, which may not fall in any of the established offices. It's now the University Secretary who comes in to provide administrative support. And under this, we have what we call the University Seal, and the law provides that it will be under the custody of the University Secretary, and it is actually that seal which provides you the degree that you are going to get after your graduation. It is a symbol of the university that authenticates any document that the university has conferred upon you as a symbol that this is a certified, authenticated document of the university. Under this, we also have the administration of assets. We have assets. I know you know what assets means. You have studied accounts, you have studied commerce, you have studied economics. So when I talk of assets, you know what it means. So we have immovable, we have movable, we have issues like land, we have equipment. You may have seen the university buses and the cars and the like. So all those are assets of the university, and the custodian of those assets as conferred by the law is vested in the office of the university secretary. Now, assets are very important tools that you will be using in your studies, and we expect you to work with us to look after these assets. There might be some assets you are not familiar with, so in case you require to use them and you don't understand how to use them, don't panic, and it's okay to ask to be guided on how some of them are used, instead of panicking and maybe destroying them. For example, we have had instances of some students not being able to use flush toilets. It is not shameful for you to interact with a flush toilet for the first time. You are not the only one who has not had the chance to interact with a flush toilet. We have electric appliances, we have laboratory facilities. When we are using these assets, let us use them as stakeholders, but not as aliens, because these assets are the ones which you will use in order to study and obtain your degrees and other qualifications that you have come to get from Kyambogo University. I am now moving to the second role of the university secretary, and that is accounting officer. By accounting officer, we mean that the university secretary is in charge of receiving the resources that come to the university and also spending them, and then finally accounting for them. Someone may ask that, but now what would be the role of the bursar? The bursar is going to come here, we're also going to know their role, but the bursar operates under the university secretary and is responsible for those resources, but the powers to control and spend and account for those resources is vested in the university secretary. So we urge you to pay your tuition. I know some of you have come with the tuition, but you are still keeping it. It's advisable that you pay your fees such that the university is able to serve you better. Wherever you have been, you know that every institution runs on resources, and if we don't pay, it means there will be gaps which needs to be filled, but the filling of the gaps is dependent on having money, and as a university, we rely on the tuition fees as the main source of funds to be able to deliver the education to you. So please pay your fees, and then after paying, you demand for services. But if you have not paid, you don't qualify to demand for services, okay? Connected to this is probably you may have been told, but if you do not pay your fees in time, then you are likely to pay a surcharge on top of the fees. So it's better you pay and register, because if you have not registered, you are still illegal. That one I will repeat it. I know Mr. Rugarav has just talked about it, but I thought I should emphasize it. That you must pay the tuition, you register, and that's when you will be recognized as a student of the university. And as you may also have been told, it's until that you have registered that even when exams, the time for exams come, you will be able, but if you have not registered, you cannot sit for these exams. The third role of the university secretary is that he is the secretary to the university council. The university council is the decision-making organ of this university. All decisions that are taken to run this university are done by the council. And I wanted to highlight some powers of the university council which affect you as students, so that you know, and you know where the responsibility is vested. I've provided those powers which are in section 41 of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act. It starts with C because there are many powers, but I picked those which affect you directly as students, and which I want to know. I want you to know, sir, that when you are making inquiries and some of the decisions that you make, you know where the powers lie. So one of them is that the University Council is the one which fixes the scales of fees, the tuition you are paying. Nobody should write to you that the Vice Chancellor has set up the fees, and therefore you want the Vice Chancellor to change, to reduce the fees. That is not his role. Neither the University Secretary, the bursar, the academic registrar, we are at the receiving end. We have the governing council that sets the fees, and that's what you pay. If at any appropriate moment the University Council feels they can reduce the fees or even increase, they are at liberty to do so. And our role is to inform you that for this program we are going to pay this. We are simply implementing the decision of the governing council. Next is that this council makes statutes. Statutes are like bylaws. They are also laws, but which are done within this ambit to provide for extra guidance on the way we implement the laws of Uganda. And some of these statutes also affect you as students. Some of them affect other stakeholders of the university. You will get to interact with some of these statutes and the rules and regulations that guide your behavior, your actions, the do's and don'ts while you are undertaking your studies. Next is that some of you, okay, all of you, your programs are located in certain faculties, certain departments. And again, this is the role of the University Council to establish these faculties. A few years back, we used to have 6 faculties, but the University Council now increased them to, do we have 12 now? Now we have 12. As the academic structures continue to grow, such needs to establish more faculties, or even merge, or even create more by subdividing the existing faculties. All those decisions, as they come to pass, it's the University Council which makes the decisions concerning the proposals to make such establishments. And also, the University Council provides for the welfare and discipline of students. I'm going to talk more about discipline much as you are entitled to welfare, but similarly, you are also liable to be disciplined in case you are not acting in accordance with the regulations and policies of the university, which you are going also to get interacted with, so that you know what you ought to do and what you ought not to do. Now I'm going into the details of what happens in a university council, because it is not alien to students. The university council has membership. It's not limited to some stakeholders, but also students are stakeholders. So we have 2 student representatives in the university council, because democracy demands that decisions which are made and they affect a certain category of stakeholders, then that category must be represented. So we have 2 student representatives. You are going to interact with them, and I think one of them is the guild president, according to their constitution, and then another one. So those 2, they sit in the university council to defend, but also to guide the council and help council to promote the welfare of the students. We also have committees under the university council, and I have highlighted specifically the Students' Affairs and Welfare Committee and the Estates and Works Committee. Those are very critical, and they directly affect you as students. And again, your student representatives sit on these committees to ensure that the students' issues are given the attention they deserve. As I have already indicated, there is a point when disciplinary action is part and parcel of the institution, and the Students' Affairs and Welfare Committee sometimes constitutes itself into a disciplinary committee to hear disciplinary cases. Now, I want to give an advice that quite often you will find yourselves in situations where your actions contravene the university rules and regulations. And in most cases, you will find yourselves in such situations in peer groups. Now, when the time comes and you want to appear before this disciplinary committee, you appear as an individual. Each person that is alleged to contravene the regulations will appear as an individual to answer for yourself. So as you join those groups, as you join those peer groups, keep in mind that when the time comes and you appear before the disciplinary committee, you will appear as an individual. Even if you are 100 students who have participated, each of you will be given their own time to answer the charges against them. So bear that in mind. I think you have been given the students' regulations. It is online. So all those offenses are there. So the way you behave, the way you act, read those regulations and understand what might result from your participation in certain activities. Because I understand even where you have come from, the schools had disciplinary procedures.
So there is no institution. Some people think that when you come to the university, then you have outgrown the secondary school life, and therefore you have all that freedom. So this disciplinary committee is in place, and we, as the Office of the University Secretary, we provide logistical and administrative support to this committee. We shall often serve you to come and appear before it if you don't follow the students' regulations as you are expected to do. These committees also develop policies and regulations governing their areas of jurisdiction. So like I have said, like those regulations we have interacted with, they can always be refined, or others may always come depending on the circumstances. And that's what the committees of council and eventually the council does. And we take custody of all these policies. So if you want to know anything regarding the policy, let's say on any subject, when you come to the office of the university secretary, you'll be guided which policy, and you can get yourself a copy to understand how it is managed. So I have highlighted a few of the policies and regulations that concern you students. One of them is the Financial Management Manual. It was approved in 2014, but was also later amended in 2022. That one is now that gives the guidance on how you pay your fees. I've already talked about paying in time so that you can register and be recognized. All that is detailed in that policy. We have the games and sports policy for those who like sports. We have a policy on that. You can get to read it and understand how you can participate in the sports activities. We have the gender policy of 2014. This defines the relationship between the male and female students, but also the staff. So that one is there. We have the disability policy for those students who are disabled. We have a policy that guides how we support you, that defines your rights as students with disabilities. So we are there to support students with special needs, because we believe you need extra support compared to other students. We also have the accommodation policy. This one was approved last year, in 2024. So when you are interacting with the Office of the Dean of Students, the advices and regarding accommodation that you will be getting from that office are all related with the accommodation policy. So these policies help us to guide on how we transact business and provide for the students' welfare and provide for other related issues that students might raise. But we also have other policies that are being developed, like the sexual harassment policy and the communication policy. There are others. I have not highlighted all of them, but as the induction go along, you will get to know even more. And there are even other regulations which fall under Senate, which is not under our jurisdiction, the academic registrar is coming in, you will get to know issues like examinations, registration, all of those. They also have their own regulations, which you are going to get exposed to. Now, having described the three major roles of our office of the university secretary, I'm now venturing into how students can access services in our office. And I've already indicated that this office has a huge administrative role. And you might find that some of the issues that students have may not necessarily be for direct presentation to the office. So it's advisable that you start with the offices that are immediate to you. Because the Dean of Students is there and is in charge of the students' welfare. The academic registrar is there, but you also have heads of department. You also have your own lecturers. There are deans of faculties. You are going to interact with them at a later stage. So we advise that when you have issues, you first present to all those structures so that you get the answers probably before coming to the office of the university secretary. Because you might find that what you are coming to inquire about in our office is something that can be handled by the immediate persons whom we interact with on a daily basis. However, this doesn't mean that our doors are closed to you. If it is inevitable that it's our office which can solve your issue, you are welcome. First understand if you have an issue, how it can be resolved from the department where you study from the office of the Dean of Students, which is in charge of your general welfare, from the academic registrar's office, which is in charge of your academic welfare, before you can eventually come to our office. As I move towards ending my presentation, I want to have some piece of advice. One is that as I have already indicated, your role here is to study. So if you divert from that role and you possibly begin to enter other realms that can lead you into contempt with the university regulations, then you are likely not to have a good academic record. So I believe you came knowing that you need to study and go back with a transcript. So I advise that you concentrate on that, because the university is already committed to avail you the facilities that are necessary to provide you a conducive learning environment, so you should exploit that. When you enter the university, you become part and parcel of it. You are also a stakeholder. Therefore, we expect that whether you are at campus or outside, you are duty bound to protect the image of the university. Let us note here that a student who was killed in a bar is a student of Kyambogo University, that somebody was fighting in Ibanda or somewhere in Chireka, and that was a student of the university. You are essentially tarnishing the image of the university for which you are a stakeholder. Because the moment you enter here, you become a stakeholder. Even after graduation, you remain a stakeholder because you become part of the alumni, and you would wish to continue to have your institution where you studied from having a good image, so that even when you are outside there and you say, I'm coming from Kyambogo University, somebody says, yes, you are from a good institution. I've already indicated that you have disciplinary rules, and therefore I advise that you avoid situations which can lead you into prejudice with these rules and regulations. So when you read those regulations, you will be guided how you can live in harmony with other students, with the university stakeholders, and probably avoid being caught up by the offenses that are scribed in there. And maybe finally is that you should uphold the vision of Kyambogo University. Do you know the vision of Kyambogo University? Somebody who knows the vision of Kyambogo University? Nobody. Yes. What is the vision?
Yes, good morning. I'm Waikiri Fungwabi, Bachelor of Science with Education. The vision of Kyambogo University says that to promote, to be a center of academic and professional excellence. Thank you.
So, that is it. He has it. You clap for him. Now, we are talking of academic and professional what? So we start with the academic. Now when you get the skills and knowledge, we expect you to be professional. So let us uphold that, such that you at the end of the day achieve the reason, the objective, and the goal that brought you here. Thank you so much. Those are the contacts for our officers in case you need to contact the office of the University Secretary. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, the University Secretary, Mr. Twinamas James, who is the Deputy University Secretary. We are honored to have you this morning. And please, is it too early? Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you very much, US. We are going to invite questions in case you have a question for him. Please put up your hand. There is a gentleman that side.
Good morning, everyone. So my question is about the rules and regulations. So you talked about the policies and the regulations, but what I want to know is that is there a constitution that clearly states these laws and these regulations? I want to know how exactly I would go against these laws and these regulations. For example, what are the consequences I would face if I disrespect a lecturer? I want to know exactly how would I disrespect a lecturer. For example, I don't know if a lecturer, if it is disrespecting a lecturer, if I get out of his class by will, or I come in late, or he finds me smoking in his class. I want to know exactly his laws. I want to know how can I go against a law? What are the laws specifically? And how do I agree to his laws? And what are they exactly? Thank you.
Your name, please, and your course.
My name is John Vianney Chualabi. I'm doing Bachelor in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering.
Thank you very much. I thought we had Bachelor of Laws. Someone had been sneaked in, but it's for mechanical. That was a good question, because you need to know what are the consequences of your actions when you go against the laws. I think that was right. Another question? Yes, there is a gentleman here. Ladies, you don't want to break the law.
Sunday, I wanted to know if I have not yet opened my first and I pay my registration in the office of the University Secretary.
Thank you very much. Your name and course?
My name is Kyambogo University. I am student for the government and registered management.
Thank you very much. He's Tembo and is asking if he has not opened his portal, can he be able to pay fees in the office of the University Secretary? Is that okay? Okay. You're going to get a response.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amando David, pursuing bachelor's in teacher education. What I would like to inquire is, from Monday, we have been receiving information from different offices, but there will come a time when it will not be easy for us to access some of these offices. Now, what I would like to inquire is whether there is what we call a definite referral pathways, where if maybe I have an issue to do with, let's say, finance, how do I channel this? Maybe I need something from a certain office, whether there is that definite referral pathway that we could follow. Thank you.
Okay. You said your name and course. Yes, you did. You did. But you can redo.
Okay. My name is Amando David. Okay, the name is a little bit botanical. Amando David. BTE student. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're going to receive a response. But as he told you, all offices are open. But when you have really failed to get feedback from somewhere else, I will receive him. And please, ladies, I want a question from a lady. So the next question should come from the lady.
Good morning. Let me also say my name is Keleyala Mungolove Alane. Proud Samia. I'm pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Economics. So may I start by appreciating Mr. Twinamasiko. So my question is a bit, it may seem to be off topic, but my question is, what does somebody need to study and to sit where Mr. Twinamasiko sits? Because we don't know where the future will take us. Because you might end up sitting there when you're not aware of what you're meant to study. So may I want to know, Ale, for good and my country.
I think Mr. James Twinamasko, you have already got a mentee. I think that guy has already felt like he should step in your shoes when you retire. So please tell him what he should have done to be a university secretary. And you're right, being a university secretary is big because you become the owner of every property of government. So who doesn't want to be that? So he's right. A lady? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Station Nambacha, studying Bachelor of Business Administration. I'm requesting to know that is this week also counted for the 8 weeks given to us to clear tuition?
Thank you. Another question, then he can respond to these ones first, because time is not on our side. We have the academic registrar's office coming in. Okay.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you have interacted with a congregation which was active, because if you didn't ask anything, I would wonder whether I had delivered anything or not. The first question was to do with the compendium of the regulations and policies, and somebody wants to know how is regarded to have broken the rules and regulations. As I have already said, you have to read and understand. But as students and as people who have grown up in certain communities, you already know some of the behaviors. There are some morally acceptable behaviors where even if you have not read it anywhere in law, that tells you that this is wrong. For example, when you comment that if you commented that if you disturb the lecture. So, do we need to even have that one first written down to know that it is not acceptable? Or in the secondary school where you have come from, did you have the liberty to interrupt a teacher or the head teacher? So those are some of the morally acceptable behaviors. So if you find yourself actually obstructing a lecturer, because a lecturer is here to deliver his job, and therefore is protected by the university rules and regulations. So if you feel that the lecturer is not maybe doing what you want, it is not your role to interrupt the lecturer, but you have the right to seek for redress from the supervisors of the lecturer. I will not say that you cannot actually question the work of the lecturer, but you have to follow the what? The prescribed avenues. The lecturer has supervisors who are the heads of the department. The head of the department has a supervisor who is the dean of the faculty or school. The dean of faculty or school also has supervisors who have the academic registrar, who have the deputy vice chancellor, and finally the vice chancellor. But it's not your role to say, I'm going to stop the lecturer from delivering a lecture because I'm not comfortable with him or her, okay? But on top of that, the Dean of Students has already informed you that all these rules and regulations are online. Please read them. They will tell you what can happen to you when you do
A, B, C, D. I hope I have answered you. Okay? Now, number 2 is something to do with payment of fees in our office. No. The issue of collecting fees by cash is something which is outdated and stopped a long time ago. It is not acceptable. So when we want to pay, first of all, each of you is expected now to have enrolled through your portals. And so when you have enrolled, it's when you can generate
the payment reference numbers through which you can pay your fees. So never at any moment allowed to pay cash to anybody in this university in form of tuition fees. All tuition fees are paid through Uganda Revenue Authority using the PRNs that are generated from your own portals. If you don't know how to generate it, the finance department will help you to generate. But you can also generate it yourself. I think at one point ICT is going to guide you how you can generate those payment reference numbers. This one, my sister, the PRO has alluded to it, but I also indicated it to do with access to offices. Yes, the offices are open. So try as much as possible to get answers for anything that you may need to know. Now, when you talk of referral pathways, I may describe this in form of office extensions. For example, the office of the bursar has extensions to your faculties. There are desk officers who sit there, and those ones can help to give information regarding the issues that require the office of the bursar. But also, as I already said, some of those issues can easily be resolved at the department where you are, and it's the department which can refer if they feel they cannot handle your issue. So the department can easily refer you to an appropriate office. But it does no harm for you to first consult at the department before you begin to move around, not knowing actually where you can get the help. Yes, somebody has raised a very pertinent issue, which I also raised when I was, for me actually I started raising this issue when I was in primary school. It's very good to emulate someone, because now it gives you the chance to know what is required of you to reach there. So somebody wants to know what he or she, you didn't tell me which program is doing economics. Yes, economics is part of it. But what is important is that to serve in a university, you must have obtained good grades. So for me here, I have a first-class degree, and when I presented it, it was hard for management to turn away my application. That is a starting point. You get good grades because if you want to work in a university which actually transmits knowledge, then you must be knowledgeable yourself. There is no way a university will employ people who have obtained low grades. If somebody is working within the region of second class lower, and you aspire to work in the university, it may be hard for you. So that is the starting point. But you are also welcome. I can offer my office, like I told you, it is in Senate on the second floor. Come and we'll talk more. I'm available. When you come, I will guide you more. Such that, like she said, as I plan to go away, you come in and occupy. But I like that vigor. It helps you to study with focus. Then the last person asked whether this week is inclusive of the 80 weeks. Your admission letter says the semester started on second. So if the admission letter says so, who am I now to say that it is not included? It's not a wasted week, because actually it is a very important week. Somebody who is not attending this week will have issues. I tell you, this week is very, very important. It is the one which is going to guide you how you will coexist with the university for the next 3 or 4 years, depending on the duration of your program. So you are already finishing the first week on Friday, and you'll be remaining with 7 weeks, within which you should have actually made your obligations clear. What is the 250K ITCSP for? This one you are going to, but the ITCSP is the school practice and internship. So if it is listed among the fees you have to pay, then yeah, because when you go for internship or to do school practice, for those who are doing education, you are expected to be supervised. The department organizes a clear program on how all of you are going to be supervised while you are undertaking these ITCSP activities. So, like I told you from the beginning, this is a university that delivers services, and which services are dependent on money. So, the money is to facilitate the supervision of these ITCSP activities. And you are obliged to pay such that when you go, you are equally supervised, so that it becomes part of your assessment for the academic journey you are undertaking. When is the process of changing course beginning? The academic registrar is already here. Madam Academic Registrar, I will review with this paper. You will answer that one. Wait, is it safe to pay tuition before I change my course? Is it safe to open my portal yet I'm looking for changing the course? I will hand over this to Academic Registrar. Is it a must to have completed all the fees in order to do central registration? All those things, Madam Academic Registrar, we will start from there. Thank you so much.
Round of applause to the University Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Twinamasko, for that lighting moment of office of the University Secretary and all the guidance you've given. Hope you're going to be better after this. The student who asked a question about breaking laws, you can find all the guidelines and laws on the university website. Yesterday we told you the website, www.kyu.ac.ug. Just go and say university guidelines. You'll just see many of them and it's up to you to know how you're going to break them and the consequences of them, as you were asking. My name is Jennifer Sibo. Again, I was with you yesterday. I'm the Senior Communications Officer, and I would like to sign out, but to introduce my beautiful mother of Kyambogo, the academic registrar, who is Dr. Anna Begumisa. Please welcome her and her team. And my sister Ethel, you are most welcome, academic registrar, and we sign out, me and the university secretary. See you another time.
Good morning. I think you had how the communications officer introduced me. You had it where? You didn't hear it? You didn't hear how the communications officer introduced me? This is very interesting. So have you been listening? And you didn't hear what she said? Okay, who heard? Let me see. Yes. What did she say?
She was like, first of all, my name is Ngolobe Alan, Bachelor of Arts in Economics. So she was like, taking the opportunity to introduce the beautiful mother, Madam Anna.
Perfect. That's all I was looking for. And when she said mother, it shows you that as Kyambogo University, we are one family. So from today onwards, consider yourself as a family of Kyambogo University. When we are one family, we shall fight together, we shall laugh together, we shall eat together, we shall survive together, and all the challenges will be made much easier. So thank you for paying attention, and I know all of you heard, but you didn't want to believe that she had said, this is my mother. So she's my daughter Jennifer, this is my daughter Ethel, this is my son. We are all one. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anne Begumisa Akankwasa, and by God's grace, I'm your academic registrar. And as a test, I want you to pull out your admission. I want you to pull out your admission letters. Are we there? And I hope you confirm. I hope you confirm that Anne Begumisa is the one who signed your admission letters on behalf of the admissions board, on behalf of Kyambogo University. So on that note, I welcome all of you to Kyambogo University, and on behalf of the Academic Registrars Department, I take this privilege to congratulate all of you upon your successful admission to this university. I'm very sure you are aware that there are so many of you who applied, and by God's grace, you were the one who was chosen to be admitted. Because there are many who qualify, but you met the admission requirements and you were admitted. With me here is Miss Ethel. She's going to introduce herself in detail, and most of you will interact with her, and most of these questions that were asked about registration, about change of program, about whether you can pay fees before change, and all that, you are going to be interacting with her through different ways. And I'm very sure some of you have interacted with her in her office. We have a team of dedicated staff. I'm sure if it were not for my team, you wouldn't be having those admission letters. Let's just use that as a small sample to show you how dedicated my team is here to support you through your academic journey, ensuring that you are able to succeed in whatever that you are doing. And as Kyambogo University, we endure to produce graduates who are honest and with the ability to identify and make opportunities through the spirit of perseverance and entrepreneurship. The university hopes that you will have a great time at this university, unleashing your creativity and talent, and we shall ensure that we equip you with all the resources you need to reach your highest potential. We are privileged to have you as Kyambogo, and as Kyambogo and as Ethel is going to lead you, we have a mission, and in order for you to contribute to the mission and vision of this university, we expect you to attend lectures. We expect you to do coursework, and not only to do coursework, but timely submission of your coursework as guided by your respective lecturers. We expect you to care for the university property. Just imagine if you came to this university, you have nowhere to sit, you get it? So we expect you to take care of the property. We expect you, as you are going to learn soon, to use your class representatives as your voice for your academic endeavors. Whatever you want to do in this university, you are going to choose class leaders, whatever name they will be given, and we expect you to use them in order to achieve your academic journey. As Kyambogo University, we expect you to display mature behavior. And what do I mean? I think all of you, with the exception of very, very few cases here, you are all above 18. Am I right? Am I right? I want to hear some vibe. am I expecting, or am I speaking to all of you here, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm assuming that you are all above 18. Am I right? So since you're above 18, we expect mature behavior. We expect you to be disciplined. We expect you to recognize and report challenges. Here at Kyambogo University, we don't have problems. We have challenges. So we expect you to recognize them and report them. And that's when we shall create a conducive environment for learning. We expect you to dress decently. This morning, I think I'm very happy. I'm just checking to confirm that most of you, if not all of you, are decently dressed. And we expect you to proactively look for information. And this information can be got in very many ways. And this is at times displayed on your notes boards and other communication media. The public relations officer was telling you to use Kyambogo University website because that is where most of the information is got. For example, we have the calendar, the academic calendar, which shows when you are supposed to report, which shows the different activities that are taking place this week, which shows when your examinations are going to take place. That is why we want you to be very proactive in looking for information, because the calendar is already out. We've already set dates when examinations are going to take place. So please don't come and say, I missed an exam because I didn't know when the examinations are going to take place. I want you to, or as Kyambogo University, AIDS. You know what AIDS is? Good. We want you to be sensitive to taking drugs, and I'm sure none of you in this room and those in the tent take drugs. We want you to be sensitive to alcohol abuse. Now, we are going to be meeting you throughout this week, and among the things I want you to take on throughout this semester, throughout your journey at Kyambogo University, remember to be sensitive to AIDS, be sensitive to abuse of drugs, be sensitive to abuse of alcohol. Because, as I earlier said, you've been chosen. That means you are the cream. Actually, I want you to congratulate yourselves, each one of you. Congratulate yourselves for being selected for admission at Kyambogo University. So I expect that at the end of your, if it is a 2-year program, 3-year, 4-year, architecture is 5 years, I wish we could all, at the end of it all, graduate and be successful at the end of our academic journey, and hope that none of us is going to be consumed by AIDS, by alcohol, by drugs, because you are here in trust. You are here in trust of your parents. You are here in trust of the university and the community. We all expect the best out of you. If we came in when I think there was a question about, or a comment about regulations, and I know that Ethel is going to talk about those regulations. As earlier said, visit the university website. All the regulations that you need are there. The examinations regulations, what you need, all those regulations are there. If you can afford print and get a copy which you'll be using on your in your daily endeavors, so that you are able to be on the safer side of the law. Try not to be caught on the wrong side of the law. There are libraries. Most of you have smartphones. Can we wave our smartphones? I didn't say wave your hands. I said wave your smartphones. Most of you have all the information that you want in your hands. So please take use of that so that you are able to get empowered, and then once you are empowered, you'll find that the academic journey is lighter. How many of you have seen where the library is? These are about 10, less than 20, and you are many people here. So make sure that you visit the library, make use of the library so that you are able to be, let me use the word, self-motivated. Because that business of you are in class from 8 to this time, there is a bell, it rings, you go out for break. A bell rings, you come back into class. You attend lectures, a bell rings, you go for lunch. Then afternoon lectures, then after that, you go for prep. I think that has since ended. What we do here is to make sure that you are self-driven. You make sure that you look out, as I said, for information, and this information is on the website, and most of you have Kyambogo University website in your hands. If I asked now, I know most of you would access the Kyambogo University website, and you have the information. So use that information for your benefit. Once again, the other thing I wanted to emphasize is that we have what we call the academic calendar, which shows when you are supposed to report, and I think that's why you are here. You got that information, isn't it? So if you want to know when you are sitting your exams, you are sitting end of semester examinations in December. Are we together? Actually, we are sitting your exams from 21st of November to 7th of December. So that is how much we've prepared for you, because we take you seriously. We thank you for choosing Kyambogo University, and we hope that all your future, you are going to gain it through doing what is required of you. With those very many few words, I hand you over to the able Ethel, who is going to give you more details of what I've done on my behalf and on behalf of Kyambogo University. Thank you. So you can ask, right, as you've been doing, you can write all your questions, and we are here to serve you by answering those questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Anne Begumisa, who doubles as my mom. I've already been introduced. My name is Ethel Luvowa. I am deployed to work in the admissions division, which is one of the establishments of the Academic Registrar's Department, and I'm glad to be here. Once again, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the Academic Registrar and on behalf of the entire department. Welcome freshmen and women of 2025-2026 into Kyambogo University. Before I go any further, I have a small announcement to make. The following students kindly step out. Your guardian is looking for you on the right-hand side of this auditorium. This is Miss Mudua Winnie and Miss Ingabire Gloria. Thank you. Congratulations, dear students, upon having been admitted into Kyambogo University. We admitted you for 3 campuses. The university has 3 campuses, I think you're all aware. And all those who are on the main campus that are here, congratulations. We have our students in Bushenyi Learning Center who are with us right now for this orientation exercise. Congratulations. We have students in Sorority Learning Center. Congratulations upon having been admitted into this great university. Our students outside the auditorium, can I hear an oye from you? Are you with us? You're so silent. Are you there, the students outside the auditorium? We want to hear you. Oh dear. You've not yet learned the gymnastics of being a university student. You'll get there anyway. Okay. My main purpose here is to relay information to you about the functions of the academic registrar and how we hope to assist you in your academic journey and how we would like you to assist us, help you achieve your dream, okay? The academic registrar's department plays a pivotal role in the life of your journey at the university. It serves as the central hub for your academic records, registration, course scheduling, and degree certification. The functions of the academic registrar are under the following establishments. The academic registrar has 4 divisions. One is admissions, examinations, extensions and affiliated institutions, plus also Senate. I started with admissions tactfully, and it is my view that all of you here have your admission letters. Am I right? Are there some students without admission letters? Okay. You're supposed to have an admission letter, and to get your admission letter, please report to your faculties or schools, carry out a function called enrollment. By enrolling, you are given a photocopy of your admission letter, and then you are introduced into an enrollment function, which basically informs the university that you are around and you're with us. It's some kind of reassertment from you as a student that you're going to study and you're serious about your program in the university. Upon enrollment, you shall print out an enrollment certificate, which you present back at the faculty, and you'll be issued with your original admission letter. I'm glad to inform you that already 10,000 students have been enrolled. Over 10,000 have been enrolled into the university. So those who haven't yet picked your admission letters, please follow through the procedure. Communication about that procedure have been set out on your website, and your faculty registrars are there to assist you. So the admission process, or the admission division. Basically, this is an establishment of the academic registrar where the first function of you, the first role of you being a student is carried out. You all applied, you are all admitted, those who were qualifying to be admitted were admitted, and this is the function of this division. You start by applying, we verify your academic papers, we go through the vetting process, and we admit you on merit grounds. So ideally, that is the academic registrar's admissions division, in which you all fall, and it is through that division that all your names must go through that procedure. Your name must go through the admissions office before you are admitted into the university. I want to be as fast as possible. When we're admitting you, we admitted some students directly from A-level. We have those who came in by upgrading from diploma level to bachelor's. We also have students who have been admitted directly from their degrees into their postgraduate programs. Postgraduate here means master's or any other qualification after your first degree. I would like to find out by show of hands if we have any students who have been admitted when they are upgrading. Are you with us here? Oh, thank you, ICT team. Then the students from LA, we don't have any students here who are upgrading. Yes, congratulations. These are also part of us. You senior 6 students, it's not only you who join university. We have people who join university who are coming in with diplomas, and for them, they even join year 2. So you got even that option of us doing your diploma, then you come and join year 2, okay? But congratulations, our dear students. So when we are admitting you, we also admitted students on private. Either here you're a private student or a government-sponsored student, am I right? So as a government sponsored, the university admits students through either private or government sponsorship. And as a government-sponsored student, you're either a you're on national merit. Those are students who are the best of the best. We have students who are on talented sports persons. We have students who are with persons with disabilities. We have one, I know him personally. He came to our office to pick his admission letter. Congratulations, dear son. We have students who have been admitted through district quota. Those are recommended by their respective districts. We have students who have been admitted through what we call the Joint Admissions Board, diplomas, the Ministry of Education, and sports. So if we have any talented sports people here, congratulations. That's one of the admission schemes that I'm very proud of, because the government really recognizes your role as sportsmen, and you're given a government sponsorship. We also have students who are on government sponsorship and have come through with their diplomas. Congratulations, dear students. Our private admissions, we have students who come here and they are admitted on a merit-based ground. However, your results speak for you. Public universities don't operate like private universities. Here we admit you on a merit-based ground, not first come, first serve basis. Are we together? So all those sisters and brothers of yours or relatives who were not admitted does not mean that they were not qualifying, but their results were not to the level at which we wanted them to be admitted. So they were outcompeted by you, yourselves, not us. It is you who outcompeted them. They were not admitted. Otherwise, I would also like to congratulate all of you, the private students who made it and were admitted on merit-based grounds. Okay, that's basically about admissions. We have another role of the academic, a major role of examining you. Like I said, my mom here is a very serious person. She admitted you before you reported. She set a timetable before you even go to class. Really, you know, she moves on. So you're required to also do what? Move on. So for you, as you're here talking, she has set exams for you before you even know what you're going to study. So that's the role of examinations, that your exams are going to be scheduled, they are administered, they are marked, they are released, and they are approved, presented to the next level of an establishment where they will be approved. So ideally, that is what happens in the exams. And this function is exhibited not only through exam, but also by ensuring that you get a transcript and that you get a certificate at the end of your graduation, at the end of your program. We have another function here of the academic registrar about extensions and affiliated institutions. This one doesn't concern you much, but I'll just give a highlight. We have students who are out there, not the ones in Bushenyi and Soroti. We have students who are awarded our academic documents, and they are also examined by Kyambogo University, but they are not admitted by Kyambogo University, okay? Like if you ever heard of National Teachers Colleges, grade 3, but now they are phased out. But we just have a few institutions that are still affiliated to the university, and this is the function that is carried out by this division. We have Senate Senate these are policy makers. They really make sure that during your stay here, everything is practiced according to the law and according to policies and procedures of the university. They'll make sure those are the functions as laid out there, but most importantly, they make sure that you are admitted in the right way, examined in the right way, your results are released in time, and also you graduate at the end of the day and you leave the university. Ideally, those are the major roles of the academic registrar. And I've tried to go through as fast as possible because we have a lot of information to relay to you. If you feel like copying some of them, please feel free. Okay. I'm going to go back to one of the functions that is, which I deliberately left out, that is registration of students. When we read our admission letters, there is a very tricky statement there. You see these people who are learned, they are very funny. They admit you, but then they put another phrase in the admission letter, which is a disclaimer, as if they have not admitted you. Okay? If you read your admission letter, it reads you, this is provision. You know what that means? It is provisional, means anytime they are taking it back. Okay? So as you are being admitted here, don't be so sure that anytime we shall release you and tell you, you go away then. Okay? So there is a function called registration which you must fulfill. It is like your first examination when you're admitted in the university. And you must fulfill it because it feeds into all other functions. Are we together? It feeds into all other functions of the university. So if you do not fulfill that requirement, you are not our student. Here you are just admitted, but you're not yet our what? Our student. It's that function that endorses or verifies that or actualizes your studentship in the university. And it is stated in your admission letter that when you come here at a given time T, your documents are going to be verified and you shall be registered and certified as a university student. So if you fail that part, then most likely you have failed everything else. The procedures for registration are laid down in your admission letters. Please don't just be holding those admission letters, read them. Information is there. And if you don't register, it means you have turned down the offer, okay? So our registration requirements are there. They are stated in your admission letters. But just for emphasis purposes, I'll go through some of them. You need copies of your registration form. There is a form called Form K1. At the university, we work in a very interesting way because we know we are dealing with adults. We shall not call you and invite you, please come and pick your registration form. No, you're going to have to find out where that form is. But most of our photocopying points have this form. Please get that form and fill 3 copies of it. Fill all the information accurately and correctly. You will need your original admission letter, but don't attach it on that Form K1. On Form K1, you attach photocopies. Okay, so attach a copy of your admission letter, your original Uganda certificate of education, O-level, and results slip. Listen carefully. You see here, we are talking to you and we are welcoming you, but when we are registering you, we wear different faces. The reason why we have given you these admission letters early is for you to prepare this information early enough, okay? So please go to your schools and pick up these documents. We shall ask for them and we shall not be smiling. We shall be serious. So go there, because you're not going to come there and tell us, Atemi, you see my school is far. You will go. You will go back to Aru and you will pick it. Yeah? So after orientation this week, use this time, because registration may start in about 2 weeks latest, and you must have those documents, okay? So get your results slip and certificate, your Uganda certificate of education. Results slip, we are very clever. We know that your neighbor has not released the certificate of A-level yet. For those who sat last year, we know, so we are a bit kind. we shall not ask for that one. But for the previous years, you will have to get it. So go to your schools and get those documents. Those who are upgrading, we need your diploma academic certificate and transcript. We need your passport size photographs. We'll need an identity card from your previous school, a birth certificate from NIRA. Please don't bring birth notifications. There are those small things you get from the hospitals that say you were birthed in this hospital and you had like 2.3 kilograms. Not those ones. We want the NIRA one. Go to NIRA, get your birth certificate or a national ID. We have some special students who are admitted here as international students. This requirement here, if you see I don't know if you can see my mouse. No, you cannot. Okay. You're going to need your refugee certificate. You're also going to need, and if you're here as an international student through the normal immigration process, you will need a visa to be admitted. This goes to mostly our international students that are within the East African community. We have admitted about 57 international students, most of them coming from the countries in the East African community. Yes, we are brothers and sisters, but we shall require you to have a student visa. Please prepare that student visa. It is issued by Ministry of Internal Affairs at a free cost. So as a student from the East African community, report there, acquaint yourself with the process and get yourself a student visa. We have an international office. Please liaise with them and get to know the process of how to get your visa. Then those ones who are not the East African community, please report there and you will pay. It costs $100 to get that student visa, but it's a requirement. Back to the refugee students, make sure there is something called a family attestation, which is issued by the Office of the Prime Minister. We shall require those documents and a refugee ID, plus a letter attaching you to your respective refugee camp. That's a bit about our registration procedure. Once you have registered, we shall officially admit you into the university in a ceremony called an admissions ceremony. The date for that ceremony will be communicated to you by the academic registrar. That ceremony is attended by students who have registered. Ideally, they are the ones who should be there because the other ones will have deemed to have turned down the offer of admission. So prepare yourselves, brace yourself for that ceremony. It's a very colorful ceremony. You'll be required to wear your undergraduate gowns. You see the difference between us and your schools. Even when we're admitting you, you wear a gown. Even when you are leaving, you wear a gown. So brace yourself. The dean of students will issue you with those gowns and you attend that function. Thereafter, you shall have your freshers' ball after that ceremony. The date will be communicated. So ideally, I've tried to panel beat the functions of the academic registrar and highlighting out that one specifically among the others. Sorry about that. We have students running different programs, different durations of programs. If you're doing a 5-year program, you'll be given an extra 2 years. So but in 7 years, you should go. In 7 years, imagine you're doing architecture right now, and there is somebody in P1. Really. May God bless you with all the patience that you need. It is not easy. By the time you finish, if you add the 2 years, the other one will be sitting PLE. Going to another level for you are still on the same. But may God give you the patience to persevere. We have students pursuing 4-year programs. you'll be given a maximum of 6. So you'll be for every program, you're given 2 extra years in which to finish. There are different reasons why we don't finish our programs. Sometimes it's financial, it could be health, it could be lack of interest, but you'll be given a maximum of 2 years to complete your program. 3 years, you're given 5. For 2-year programs, you're given 4. And for a 1-year program, you're given 3 years. There are students doing 1-year programs. Those ones are on postgraduate diplomas. Now, regulations. Our regulations. There are very many. There are very many, but the academic registrar went through some of them. But we request that, I'll just go through a few. They have already told you, please, university property is not so new. Some of it is really old. So if you really vandalize it, we are finished. Please try to handle the property that we have in a meaningful manner. Look out for the next person who's going to be admitted. How you'd want your parents to find the university, the state of the university when they come for your graduation. So don't vandalize. Don't vandalize, especially your classrooms. When they are leaking, it is not me, it is not the academic registrar in that classroom. It is you. So if you break the chairs and the tables, it is you. For me, my office desk is going to remain what? Intact. So you think twice when you're destroying our property. Try to dress well. The academic registrar has emphasized that. We don't have a dress code here. Dress the way you want, but don't inconvenience other people. Please, don't. Recently, and guess what? These days people move with cameras in their hands. So as you're dressing scandalously, you're going to end up on TikTok. You become a social media, discussion. The other day they put students of Kyambogo University wearing shoes which are they are not sandals. They look like bricks. So as you do these things to yourself, exercising your rights, you factor in that you're going to become a social media discussion. They'll make memes out of you, and these social media communications, they don't go away. You'll be a mother, a father, and that thing will still be there. So don't be scandalous as you dress. Just exercise, all right? But think about yourself and the impact it will have. Cell phones, we all know, don't carry them in your exam rooms. They'll give you other regulations when it comes to cell phones and use of cell phones during classes. There are students who have firearms. I don't know why they use such a word. The simple word is a gun, but then you wonder where the fire coming from. Okay, but there are students who have guns. Please make sure you report to our security office. Don't display those weapons in front of your fellow students. You will bring problems here and a stampede. So kindly report to the security office, and they should be in the know of your possessions. Try to follow our regulations as much as well. There is something about identification there. We all know the importance of identifying yourself. The chief internal security officer has already briefed you about being able to identify yourself as and when the need requires. So if you haven't yet got your identification letter, your ID with due course, at least try to move with a copy of your admission letter for easy identification. You can easily get arrested in the university. Okay. We have students who get absent from the university. Please follow the procedure. It's laid out for you. Always let us be in the know of your absence. We are not talking about a one-day absence. That's okay. But you may be away for a long period. Probably you have a trip with your family, or you're going to attend to a person who needs medical attention in hospital, or for whatever reason, you're going to be away from the university. Please let us know that you are away. Otherwise, we shall put a missing person notice. You know what that means. You'll disappear. No one knows. The next thing you know, missing person. please, if found, report. We don't want to go through those kinds of embarrassing situations. We have, please do your coursework and exams. Take coursework seriously. In high school, I think coursework has been considered as, I don't know if you people do homework, but what that kind of thing, a exercise which you're required to do from home and report. Please take them serious. Those ones don't contribute to your marks, final mark. At the university, coursework marks contribute to your final mark. You miss at your own cost. It will be on you, not us. So if you miss your coursework, you don't have marks at the end of the day. We shall give you a retake. That's how you jokingly redo a paper and you miss your graduation from a very simple exercise that you took granted of. So make sure you do your coursework assignments as required by the university. Malpractice. My mama here is so motherly. And as she executes her motherly function, she will also chase you, just like a normal mother. You go into exam malpractice, she will get you, first of all. She will find you, and she will chase you away. So desist from getting into this unfortunate behavior of trying to cheat. You'd rather fail your exam and redo it than go through this embarrassment of being expelled from the university because you were cheating. And unfortunately for us, when you are going to chase you for cheating, we even put it in the news, the print media, on social media. Please so-and-so report to the university for a meeting because you were in exam malpractice. These things are going to affect your employership. Are we together? So desist, walk through the university in a smooth manner. I would rather you fail the paper and redo it than having been dismissed because of exam malpractice. We have students with different problems. Please address them to the academic registrar. There might be loss of marks, or maybe you feel you're being assaulted by a student or a staff member. Feel free, our office is open. Communicate to us, but through the right channel. You can go through your dean and also through your different heads of department. Our communication procedures, we have notice boards, yes, but we are out of that era of posting a notice on a physical notice board, expecting you to go and read it. You're too many. So make use of our different social media handles and also our website. All communication is promptly laid there. Every now and then, visit our social media handles. Every now and then, visit our website. The different student platforms, make use of them. Information is always there. Not knowing is not going to be considered a reason that I did not know. No, it's not possible. We try as much as possible to reach out to you in all our different platforms, so make use of them so that you do not miss any kind of any important information for you. About communication again, I think you need to also understand that each one of you has a student portal. I think some of you have already activated your student portals. Are we together? Are we there? Yes, please. Those who haven't yet, make friends with our ICT team, fellow friends who have activated your portals. That is the link there, myportal.kyu.ac.ug. Ensure that you activate your student portal. It's a very easy procedure. The way you activate your Facebook account or TikTok account, it's the same procedure ideally. You should be familiar. I know I'm talking to students who are in the era of using smartphones. So ideally, activating a student portal should be a piece of cake for you, since you have so many other social media accounts that you've been activating over time. All right. during your exams, you will be required to print an exam permit. So when you activate your portal, we shall be able to register you. You should also be able to print out an exam permit at the end of the day. So make sure that your portals are properly activated. We have student challenges also. The students make mistakes when they are applying. We are going through such challenges. Just like any other person, even the department is facing such challenges from you. We also have an increase in student enrollment. Bear with us. The university is trying to address this. You may find that you're seated in a class that is so full, you probably don't have a seat. But we are trying our best to address such challenges. Students forge documents when they are being admitted during registration. Please help us to help you by not presenting your forged documents. You sometimes fail to adhere to deadlines, which affects our operations. The most interesting one is the registration deadline. Every time we set up a registration deadline, most of you don't adhere to that deadline, and it results into being fined. And when we fine you, again you get angry. But the deadline has been set. So let's be fair to each other. Do your part while we try to do ours and meet the deadlines. Okay, and so ideally, I've tried to go through some of the basic functions of the academic register. It's enormous. It's very enormous. We cannot go reading through one by one. In the interest of time, I try to panel it so that we can save the rest of the time for a Q&A session. But I'll go with this for you, that education is our passport to the future. And for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. So prepare for your future today. You have an opportunity to study, use it. There are so many people out there who have no idea what their tomorrow will bring. So take this seriously and take your education seriously. I know most of your questions are going to come from what I'm about to communicate, and if we have communicated it, please save the question. Otherwise, there are too many. There will be too many. We have an issue of change of program. Several students want to change their programs. I want to make this very clear. When we are admitting you, we don't choose the program for which you have been admitted haphazardly. And we don't give it to you as a gift. No. You have applied for the program, and we shall not admit you to a program which you did not apply for. Some students have been coming to our offices claiming that we admitted them for programs they did not apply for. No, that is a lie. No, that's not true. Whoever has been admitted, they chose that program. However, you are given 6 choices for private admission, and there are about 10 for government. 6 for national merit and 4 for district quota. But when you're being admitted, when we're admitting you, we start with your first choice. If you do not make it for the first choice, we proceed to choice number 2. If you don't make it, we go to number 3, then to number 4, 5, and finally 6. If you fail number 6, you fall off. That's how you end up not being admitted. For that matter, if you want to change program for a course which you applied for and the choice came before the one you're admitted for, it means you didn't qualify for it. A student will come and say, "Yeah, I want to change to civil engineering. You gave me building economics." And building economics was number 3. Please don't bother coming to request for change of program for civil, which we didn't give you. You didn't qualify. So you can try something else. Are we together? Also, change of program is not free. It's very bothersome. You have to pay for it. So as you plan to ask for change of program, prepare some money too. You'll be charged for it. Whether we are going to give it to you or not, we shall charge you.
So you think through. Again, make sure that information is going to be given to you. The procedure, a circular will come out, and the procedure will be laid out. Again, make sure where you want to go, there is space for you. You might want to go there when the class is full, even though you have the points. So make sure that the space is there, you have the money will be told to you. I don't want to say the figure. Things could have changed. So let's wait for the actual communication where the money shall be laid out to you. So you have the cutoff points, the space is there. And you also have the entry requirements. We don't just change. The same goes for change of study time. Some students are not comfortable with the study times they have been admitted to. For some reason, maybe you have a job and you want to change your study time to evening. Please let us know, and you're going to submit an application. The procedure will be laid out to you through a communication that will come from the academic registry. However, government students, you are admitted onto the day program. Please stay there. That privilege is not for you. That privilege is for people who are going to pay their money. For you and government requires you to study during that day. Okay? You don't need a job. So hang in there and stay in the day class. We have students who want to change their study center. Maybe they want to come from main campus to Soroti. I'm very tactful. I've not mentioned from Soroti and Bushenyi to main campus. We want to promote our centers, and the university is jam-packed with students. So feel free, if you want to change your study center from the main campus to Bushenyi and Soroti. The facilities are good. They are very good. Of course, not all programs are there in the different study centers, but we have a few, especially in the education and business sector. You can feel free and change and go and study from there if you feel that the population here is overwhelming you. If you want to come from Soroti and Bushenyi to the main campus, it's a different story. Very different story. So you have to think very carefully. You will submit your application to change and be frustrated for free. Okay? I'm not saying we don't consider all. It has to be a very, very exceptional case. You may say, you may be having a chronic disease. You understand, me, I'm sick. I have asthma, I have to study from here. Even in Soroti and Bushenyi, there are people with asthma. You can go and still study with them. It has to be a very serious complication, chronic, that can only be handled from Kampala, because hospitals are also the other side. Okay? You might say, me, I have a job in Kampala. It is fine, we shall go and prove. You tell us you have a job, we shall go there where you are claiming to work, and they will disown you. We have students who've lost their admission letters already. Congratulations. I send you my greetings. Sorry about that, but admission letters are replaceable at a cost, 15,000 shillings. And before you replace it, you present evidence that you lost it. Come with your evidence that you lost your admission letter. The evidence is got from the police, okay? Come with a police letter that you lost your admission letter. There are those who have misspelled names. We can correct your names. That's not, it's a free service. You write a letter to the academic register and we shall correct your admission letter. Some of the names are misspelled. By the way, for us, we don't have time to type those letters. How you apply is how your letter will come out. Okay? Me, I'm called Etho. So if I apply as ESO, it will come out as ESO. Are we together? Especially for those who are upgrading through diploma entry scheme. Those ones who are coming from A-level, the names which you sent to UNEB are the very names that will come out on your admission letter in that order. One more. Please don't forge documents. If you're here and you are planning on presenting forged documents for registration, walk out quietly through the gates. Don't alert anyone.
Go in peace. Of course, don't serve the Lord with forged documents, but just go in peace and serve something else. Okay? But do not disturb. We shall see those documents. Some of us are excited to embarrass students. We shall embarrass you for free. So don't try to present forged documents for us. Ideally, those are the functions and what we wished to communicate to you. If you have a question therein concerning any of those things, it will not be addressed because we have addressed them. Most questions are going to come from change of program. So they will not be in change of study type, change of study center. Most of them will come from there, but they are likely not to be addressed because we have talked about it. I said lastly. Now I have another lastly. Bear with me. In the pursuit of the academic registrar executing her duties, she has people she's working with. And you cannot all end up in her office because you're too many. So she has deployed competent people, carefully selected to execute her duties at the different faculties and schools. I take this opportunity to let you know the very persons that you're going to work with in order. Don't come here unless you have really failed at the faculty, all right? So instead of coming direct to our office, unless you're coming to report us, which is also okay, because that's also part of it, to receive our complaints from you about our behavior, which is also fine. But if you want a service, instead of coming to the academic registrar, from Faculty of Special Needs, there is a colleague of ours called Mr. Julius Bahemuka. So if you're coming from Faculty of Special Needs, look for your faculty registrar and work closely with him. He will execute all duties of the academic registrar. Do we have students from Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation here? Are you sure you're not here? Or you don't know your faculties? Your faculties are on your, they are named, or they are there on your admission letters. There is a part that says faculty or school. That's your faculty. Okay? So special needs, you look for Mr. Julius Bahemuka. We have Faculty of Science. Any students from Faculty of Science? Great. Your faculty registrar is Miss Ruth Nalumansi. Please work closely with her. Don't come to Dr. Anne Begumisa's office. She should have failed completely in order to handle your problem. Okay? Education, we have Miss Teddy. This is Faculty of Engineering. Miss Teddy Tugumisirize is there to handle. Please write down these names. These are the people you're going to work with directly. So for your respective faculties, write down the names of these people. Miss Teddy Tugumisirize is for Faculty of Engineering. At School of Education, we have Miss Christine Anyeko, we are going to work with. At School of Management and Entrepreneurship, this happens to be our biggest school with over 4,000 fresh students. Only fresh students, they're about 4,000. You have Dr. Wilberforce Turiaikayo working there as your faculty registrar. At Faculty of Arts and Humanities, we have Mrs. Rose Cole. She will work with you. At Faculty of Social Sciences, you work with Mr. Jimmy Chibirige. At Faculty of Agriculture, excuse me. At Faculty of Agriculture, to be honest, I'm not too sure about the name. I won't lie. I won't lie, but we shall get the name and inform you. It's the smallest faculty. Miss Evelyn Nyamahunge is for Faculty of Agriculture. Sorry about that. At Art and Industrial Design, we have Hajati Aisha Kalemba. She will work with you. At School of Computing and Information Science, we have Mrs. Lydia Tromoramie. At School of Built Environment, we have Miss Rebecca Mpalanyi. Please write down the names. And then we have a Directorate of Research and Graduate Training. This is a directorate handling students who are doing postgraduate programs, those masters, PhDs, and postgraduate diplomas. We have Mr. Jude Kasasa. He's a deputy registrar who's working with you. At the different, then we have students at their different centers. They have their, at the different campuses, they have their respective campus managers who they are working with. That's basically about the Academic Registrar's Department, and I want to thank you so much for listening in. And at this juncture, we're going to have a Q&A session. There was a... We started with... These questions are too many. So, most of them will be collected, compiled, and taken to our ICT team, that we shall answer them through our social media platform or on our website, our X channel, plus also our website. So most of them shall be answered from there. When we're starting our session, the previous speaker asked a question. When is the process of changing? Because we have talked about that. Is it safe to pay tuition before I change my course? It is very safe. Please pay. Your portal is your portal. Whatever information that happens on your portal is trackable and stays there. So feel free to pay your fees. If you successfully change your program, that money shall be transferred to the new course that you would be admitted to. Is it safe to open my portal? Yet I'm looking forward to changing my course. It is very safe. Please activate your portal. It's one of the most, in fact, it's the most important function which you have to fulfill in Kyambogo University. Just excuse me. Thank you for the time. At this point, we're going to look through the questions, and we're going to take different turns with Academic Registrar to address some of your questions. I want to thank you very much for your time and for being such a disciplined audience. Please stay disciplined until the end of your respective programs. God bless you all. We're addressing your questions now. We have received a question that where are we supposed to pay for the NCHE fees? NCHE stands for National Council for Higher Education. That fee is stated in your admission letter. Walk into any bank. All banks are linked to the payment portal for National Council for Higher Education. Also, most agents are linked to that payment portal. So when you walk in, and it's a standard fee for all students, whether here or YMCA or Makerere, you all pay 20,000 shillings. So when you walk into a bank,
one agent and you tell them that you want to pay for National Council for Higher Education, they will be assisting you and you just pay directly. All you have to do is to keep that payment slip, which we shall require during your registration process. What if I have a USCE result slip without a certificate? Dear students, we are emphasizing this. Please go and find your certificate of UCE, not USCE. UCE, that's the O-level certificate. We cannot emphasize it enough. We shall require that document. Use this weekend to go to your previous O-level school and get your certificate. It's a required document and you will need it. So there is nothing like, what if I have this and not the other? Get both of them. The admission letter is very clear. How will I be able to know the amount of tuition I'm supposed to pay? Okay. There is something called a student portal. The link was given to you. That student portal has your fee structure, not only for this semester, for the entire course. As you are seated here, the information is made available to you already. Activate your portal and the fee structure will be relayed to you. You all have individual, different fee structures. Please activate your portals and the fee structure. You'll be able to access your personal fee structure. You can even print it out and give it to your parents for all the years you're on the course so that they can plan early. I was admitted on district quota, but our admission letters are not yet out. All students who have been admitted through district quota, your admission letters are ready. However, the process of getting them is the one that is a bit bureaucratic. When you're admitted through district quota, these are government-sponsored students recommended by their respective districts. Your district is supposed to write a letter to the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Sports, owning you, saying indeed you come from the district. Ministry of Education and Sports communicates to Secretariat of Public Universities Admissions Board, which sits at Makerere University, and tells them indeed she comes from this district. Makerere University Secretariat for Joint Admissions Board communicates to the respective universities, and in this case Kyambogo, and tells them this person comes from this district. Release the letter. That is the process. So if your district hasn't yet owned you, we shall not give you your admission later. To be honest, sometimes the districts disown you and they say, we don't know that person. So please make sure that your district has owned you and that communication has gone out to the Ministry of Education and Sports. If my birth certificate was printed with a wrong birth date and I'm in the process of rectifying it, will it affect my registration into the institution? Yes, it will affect you. Your documents have to be speaking into each other. You know that these days even your result slips bear your birth date, and your certificates bear your birth date. So your birth certificate has to be corrected. However, if it has taken long, sometimes these procedures are very lengthy and you end up being fined for failing to register in time. Get a document called an affidavit. I don't know if that word is English or Latin, but it's affidavit. The other times they call it a statutory declaration. You'd get it from the magistrate's court. You swear and tell them, yes, I am so and so. I was born on this day. Nira made a mistake and they put a wrong date of birth. I am normal, I'm not mad, but that is my date of birth. And it's certified by the registrar of the clerk of the court and also by the Uganda Bureau Registration Bureau, then you bring that document. These are all government documents. We shall honor it. There are students who are familiar with that document. It's called a statutory declaration. At what time do evening lectures start and end? If I'm admitted to do an evening program, am I supposed to start reporting for lectures on Monday in the evening? Or what? The question ends with oh. Never heard of such an ending for a question. Evening classes, they don't have a cast in stone time for every faculty. Please read your timetable. The evening timetable for safe faculty of engineering is different from the one of special needs. It's different from the one of School of Art and Industrial Design. Read your timetable. Information is available. Report to your different faculties and find out the time for your evening classes. Otherwise, some of them start at 4, others start at 5. The person has asked again, am I supposed to report on Monday? Yes, classes are starting on Monday. When do you want to report? When do you want to report? Classes are for Monday. You're waiting for which other day? We shall not ring a bell like in school. That killing anything that they do, we don't have it. Please report. Classes are starting on Monday. How much do government students pay? Again, go to your fees portal. The structure is there. But it's about 92,000. But the BASA is going to come in and give you more information about money. First, we don't want to over-comment on things of money. Things change every day. People of money, people change their things. So, otherwise, log onto your portals, activate your portal, you'll see your fee structure. Even the government students have their own fee structure. Precisely, it's about 92,000 shillings for government students. It could even be more, maybe 105. I'm not so sure, but I want the BASA to give you more information concerning. After enrolling in the portal, how do I register? We have already addressed. Registration shall be done after verification of your academic documents by your respective faculty registrar. Okay. After changing the subjects and course of study, doesn't it affect the student portal pay system? No, it does not. Information regarding to your finances on your portal remains intact. If you've changed program, for example, from engineering to School of Education, no, let me change it the other way around. From education to School of a program in engineering, engineering programs are more costly than those in School of Education. When you pay money, say for education, and you have completed the fees, and then you change to engineering, you will just get a fee structure for engineering. But the money you would have paid for education will be posted to engineering. Because it's less, you only get a bigger fee structure, but you top up. Ideally, you just top up for engineering. But the money remains intact, and it's trackable. We are not going to steal it and say this one was for education, now pay for engineering. No, we don't operate like that. We are a bit fair. We know that the economy is very hard, so we shall not take your money. I have applied for loan scheme, and I don't know how the list would, how long the list will take to come out. So I wanted to know how best. And some people in the same category, okay, will be helped with the registration process. We have students who have applied for loan schemes from government to fund their education. When the list will come out is the question. That is an entirely different office from Kyambogo University. We cannot speak for an office where that does not belong to us. Are we together? So you know where you handed in that form. Make a follow-up with the loan scheme office and find out where when the list will come out. We shall assist you with registration. We assist the students. When you're a student, we own you. When your fees are cleared, we shall register you. But I just wanted to be clear that all those who are under loan scheme, when the approved list comes out, the university does not have a say in it. You have to be patient with that office. When they are ready, they will communicate. Can you be registered fully before paying any shilling? No. No, the bursar is going to emphasize this more and more. The answer is precise and concise. No. Please pay your money. Pay your money and get a service. Okay? I don't know why you people get scared of paying fees. You know that Kyambogo is the cheapest university in the whole of Uganda. Okay? This is University of Omuntu Wawansi, so don't complain too much about fees. Eh? Our fees are low. No matter where you go, you will come back here because our fee structure is very friendly. So look for the money and then get a service. But the bursar will inform you. When you pay, you get a service. Birth certificate. We have received thousands and thousands of questions about birth certificate. These documents, they are easy to get. Don't get scared. Who knows the cost of getting a birth certificate? 5K. Just as subjects. For the subject combination, you should have pursued those subjects at A level. For the subject combination, you want to change to. Also, we should be able to offer that combination. Don't ask us for combinations we don't have. Please let us be realistic and fair to each other. I'll give an example. Someone may have been admitted for education sciences and they are going to pursue physics and chemistry because they did PCM. Then they are submitting a request to change combination to mathematics and economics, but they did PCM. You see how you're wasting your time and also blowing a lot of hours. So make sure that the combination you are changing to, you have the subjects and you passed it. Pass those subjects with principal passes, not subsidiary passes. Subsidiaries, oh. We were told that we are only able to see the VC 2 times only. That is admission ceremony and graduation ceremony. Question: is there any way of having a chance to see the VC more than 5 times throughout my course, minus being a criminal? You have even put your name. Not on criminal grounds. First of all, don't plan on being a criminal. You came to study. Why do you want to become a criminal? 2, why do you want to see the VC? He's not your lecturer. He's not your academic registrar, but you want to see him. You will meet him on admission ceremony. You are free. His office is open because he's the vice chancellor of the university. But factor in that he's a very busy person. And you cannot see him without, I think, an appointment. Because there are people who have already scheduled to say, he's sitting in so many committees, addressing so many problems. He's managing the entire university. Now for you want to give him a courtesy visit. Hello, I've come to say hi. Please learn to use your time constructively so that other people can also use their time constructively. It's your right to visit him, but please have a good reason to. Personally, in my smallness, I wouldn't want a student to just come in and give me a courtesy call. They will be eating up a lot of my time. Now I can't imagine how much of his time will be wasted. But his office is open, sits on the main building, topmost floor. Okay? But try to avoid seeing him for just courtesy. Here we come to work, not courtesy things of cheating. No. We have come to work, you have come to study. each one of us should stay in our lane unless we are required to meet. Even me, I don't meet him anyhow. He doesn't have time like that, okay? Is the dean of students for all faculties? No. The dean of students is not for all faculty deans. The dean of students is in charge of your welfare. When you're here, there are two services you should be getting. Welfare services plus academic services. Welfare services concern your meals, accommodation, anything that does not directly affect your studies. And now that is the dean of students. At the faculty, we have what they call deans of faculties or deans of schools. These are the ones who are in charge of your academic affairs. So make sure that you can put a distinction between the two. The dean of students is just one person who is in charge of the entire welfare of students, working with different people. But each faculty has a dean of faculty or school in charge of your academic affairs. So anything to do with your academic affairs, you go through the dean of your respective faculty. Anything to do with your welfare, you go to and look for that one person who I believe has already been introduced to you.
I want to answer this myself. Why? Because, as I earlier said in my submission, we empower you. Each one of you, pick out your admission letter, please. I don't see you responding. Pick out your admission letter before I read this question. Have you seen a provision of your faculty? Is it there? So is this question fair? Which faculty do people of Bachelor of Textile and Apparel Design fall under? That means you are not reading. You get it? And I want to emphasize this. Try to be as empowered. Empower yourselves. That is when you avoid a lot of mistakes. That's when you avoid a lot of con men. You know there are so many con men around us. So be careful. Use information which we've given you. The other way to answer this yourself is to go on the website and then log in onto, find out your Bachelor of Textile and Apparel Design so that you know which faculty you belong to. The other question I would wish to answer myself is, what is your telephone contact? Surely. I've not answered that one. The other question is here, if my national ID has expired, you get it? Why don't we, some of these things she has answered, and I'll allow her to answer that of the expired national IDs so that we are equipped as we come for registration.
My national ID has expired. You people, most of you, it is people like me who should have expired national IDs. Even you young ones, your national IDs, you got them when you were 10 years, 5 years. I assume most of you are around really 21. And you got your national ID like 2 years back. Maybe government has changed procedure, but I think you are lying. But for those, maybe graduate students or students who are upgrading, whose national IDs have expired, it is okay. We all know that NERA has not issued any new identity cards Even me, mine has what? Expired. So we all know that IDs have expired, but they are still valid. At least the communication came out from government that they are not invalid. They have not been invalidated. So please use them and present them. We shall honor those expired national IDs. But for a senior 6 student who has come from senior 6 with an average age, which we all know, if you come with an expired ID, make sure you have also backdated the date of birth, because we shall calculate and realize something is not correct. How can I know that? Sorry for laughing. Some of these questions are really funny. How can I know that you have fully paid your tuition at the university? Really? How can you not know you have paid all your fees? Is it possible that you know the bill? The bill is 1.4. And then you pay 1.2. And then you say you don't know that you've not paid fully? Is that fair to yourself? If you know your fees, the structure is available to you. You know how much you're supposed to pay. Please do the math. Do the math and pay. Otherwise, another way of knowing, if you cannot tell yourself or find out, tell yourself by doing that simple mathematics, your portal will indicate the percentage of fees you have paid and how much balance is remaining. But if you pay after the deadline of registration, you'll be added another 50K. So you have an extra fee. So if you have registered, if you have paid all fees to 100%, and you do not execute the function of registration, we shall have deemed that you have not fully paid. We add another 50,000. Regardless of whether you paid it fully, as long as you've not registered, you shall be surcharged 50,000 shillings. After completing all the necessities needed for registration, how do you know that you are fully registered at the university? Please interface with your registrars. You will know. First of all, they will give you a form which is stamped and saying you have been verified. That is step number 1. A physical form, the other form K1, which I talked about. Then your registration your student portal will also indicate that you have registered. 3, you can also print out a registration certificate. So if you are unable to print out a registration certificate, then you have not yet registered. If you can't access a registration certificate, you haven't yet registered. But the registering is not a very difficult thing. I think the way you're talking about it seems as if you are scared of this exercise. It is very simple. As long as you have the documents and you have paid the money, there is nothing else we want from you. You can register, we can register, you can also register yourself if you've been verified. It's a very simple thing. You just click a button, registered, and that is it. So you will know when you're not registered because you can't access your registration certificate and you also can't access your examination permit. What is the difference between PhD and PGD? The difference is that one has a letter H, the other one has a G. PhD, the other one is PGD. That is one difference. Otherwise, PGD is postgraduate diploma, and it is pursued by students who have already done a bachelor's degree. So if you are in senior 6 and you have come for your first degree, you cannot qualify for a PGD. And it's normally 1 year. It's a diploma you get after your first degree, bachelor's degree. PhD means doctorate of philosophy. I don't know why it starts with a P, and yet when you're saying it in full, it starts with a doctorate. Sorry, you. Okay? Otherwise, it's a doctorate of philosophy, and it is a program you pursue after a master's degree. You've heard of people called doctors like my mama here. She's called Dr. Anne Begumisa. She's not a medical doctor. She's a PhD holder. That's the difference. So when you get a PhD, that's when they start calling you a doctor, even when you're not for medical practice. Is there the cutoff CGPA and CGPA? GPA and CGPA that a student should maintain to stay enrolled in that? Yes. Yes. If you want to stay enrolled, make sure there's something called a GPA, grade point average. You're going to learn these things with time. But don't allow your grade point average to go below 2. When you were below 2, you're not redeemable. You should leave the program and start either afresh or you try another university. So try to maintain it above 2. But don't aim for the least, you people. When you have a grade point average of 2, it will be very difficult for you to get a job. You will learn these things. When we are giving you your degrees, we classify them into what we call a pass degree, a second class lower, and a second class upper, plus also first class. People who are having first class and second class upper, they will take the jobs from you. So if you get a 2, you will have passed through the university. Passing like this. So don't pass through the university, excel through the university. So maintain your CGBs above those grades, that's that level. What is the difference between central registration and registration? Central registration is a function you execute once, only once when you're in the university. You will never do it again. And it is done face-to-face with an officer. And it is a process of verifying your academic documents which you present for admission purposes. We look at them and say, indeed, they are authentic, you qualified, you fulfilled all the requirements, then we do a registration for you. Registration is something you execute every semester. Once you've done central registration, it normally happens in your first semester as a fresh student. Thereafter, the consecutive registration processes, you do them on your own, on your portal, and the requirement is that you've paid fees and that you also registered in the previous semester. So it can happen on your own. You can do it on or by yourself in your room, in the hall. Maybe you're at CJ's eating a meal. You do it from there. But central, you must do it with a registration officer or a registrar, as assigned by the academic registrar, and it happens once. District quota, we have so many concerns coming from you. We shall not emphasize it enough. Your admission letters are there. They are there. But we have to go through the bureaucratic process of releasing your letters. Bear with us, it's a complicated process, but we encourage you all, make sure that your district, DE, District Education Officer, communicates in writing to the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Sports, owning you as a person coming from the district. The Permanent Secretary will inform Makerere University about that authentication, and then Makerere will ask us to release your admission letters. Please follow through the procedure. We can't emphasize it enough. There are so many questions concerning that. That's why I had to go through the process of explaining the procedure. Where do I start from in case I want a refund of the tuition? But why do you even want it? Really, why? If you still want your tuition, don't pay it. Even us, we know where we shall get you from. We shall not allow you to access the exam room. Now, when you pay your money, you will know the university doesn't have a bank account where you pay this money. Every money you pay goes to Uganda Revenue Authority. Imagine the procedure of asking Uganda Revenue Authority to give us back that money. Just imagine the procedure. And first of all, ask yourself, why do you even want it back? Don't pay it until you are sure you want to study. If you feel like you want to go, you just go peacefully. Because the process of refund is complicated. We are going to make calculations for you. You know, if you've studied for 2 weeks, we remove money for you, which you've consumed for the 2 weeks in the university. Now you've been here 1 week already. We are just talking. That is money consumed. Okay? So with given the time at which you want your refund, we shall calculate the time you've been on the university, even the time it takes us to process the refund, but at the end of the day, you have a zero refund. So we encourage you. First of all, it is not really Kyambogo money, it is going to government. So we kindly encourage you that when you're paying, the process of refund is more painful than the process of asking for the refund. Very painful. You'll get tired, disgusted, and you'll even end up giving up. But we can refund money where need be. Where need be. Especially if we have admitted you in error. That one we can own it and find a way of refunding your money. But if it is on you, that I paid you, now I was trying, give it back to me. Things are different. Okay? And the process is complicated. The university bursar will explain more about that procedure. Okay. Mandatory fees are same as functional fees. Yes, all money that has been you've been asked to pay is mandatory. Tuition and functional fees are mandatory. Mandatory means must pay. There is not something like mandatory and then something else classified as functional. All fees are mandatory. After generating a PRN, where can I go? All of these questions are money related. I don't want to dwell so much. But when you get a PRN, go to the bank and pay. Go to an agent. Madam Ethel, yes? Madam Ethel said about Form K1 and the registration. Please, more clarification. Form K1 is our registration form, which all fresh students must fill. It's accessible at all photocopying places. Even right now, if you go there, you will find that Form K1. It has information which we require of you to fill. Please go and fill those forms. I think that is fair enough because the question is just about clarify Form K1. Get it from the photocopying places. Are the timetables for the courses out already? Please report to your faculties. Every faculty has a different timetable. Report to your respective faculties and you'll find your timetables there. Government students, are they allowed to change their courses? No. Please, as a government student, stay put where government has placed you. When you gain that admission, first of all, clap for yourself. Be very thankful, but you are not allowed to change your program when government has admitted you for that particular program. You stand the risk of forfeiting that admission. If you are not happy with your government program, why did you even apply for it? You see, you're not being fair to yourself, okay? Don't apply for programs you're not interested in, okay? So once you've been admitted for a government program, stay put, hang in there, study it for 3 years or 4 or whatever years, then you come back on private. For the one you really want, we shall admit you if you qualify.
Somebody is asking that the registration for vocational studies has not been mentioned. I think when we are addressing you, we are addressing each and every student for each program, per department, per faculty. We are not discriminating. Am I clear? Am I clear? We are not discriminating. So whether you are vocational, science, engineering, everybody, we are addressing you. And as I earlier said, please get to the website and you'll get information. we are going to post the program for registration, indicating when you are going to register, where you are going to register from. So kindly make use of the website, as we've been saying. Somebody is saying he's a teacher in a government institution. The government doesn't, the school doesn't want to change the teaching time, and he's been requested to get in touch with the university. Is that a fair question? No. Because the time, as the ethos said, you were admitted, isn't it? We've been making arrangements for you ever since you applied. We've come up with the calendar, we've come up with the timetables. So do you think we are going to address one student like this who is not going to be released by the school in which he's teaching? No. So please make your own arrangements, and well knowing that there are very dire consequences when you miss coursework. If you don't do your coursework in time, there is going to be a problem. So make adequate arrangements for you to be able to do the right thing at the right time, meeting deadlines. Somebody has a very interesting question here. Let me be sure. She wants to know her course-mates. She's on Bachelor of Sports Science and Leather Management. Very interesting. Kindly go to your faculty. You'll get all this information. Central registration, we've talked about it. And change of program, we've talked about all these. If you have mistakes on your national identity card, if you have mistakes on your O-level, A-level, please correct them now. Correct the mistakes before you approach us for registration. You can't believe it that there are more than 20 of these comments talking about change, talking about mistakes on national identity cards, mistakes on O-level, mistakes on A-level, and the one which is not very pleasant for me when you have your admission letter is somebody asking, what are the registration requirements? They are listed on your admission letter. So for emphasis, kindly read until it hurts. I think, I hope we've answered all the questions. Somebody is asking, I deposited money on my account but accidentally deposited much money. Can the university refund that money? This question can be better addressed by the bursar. So with those many questions, I hope there is no burning question that we've not answered. The librarian is already in the house, and I don't want to eat any of her time. So allow me, okay, I can see one hand and I will answer only that one. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Amando David, a BTE student. My point of inquiry is, I think it is another question that I asked yesterday, and I was guided that since the AR would be here today, it would be handled better. I tried to open my portal. I'm a government student. I tried to open my portal, but the information I found there is of the private students. So can that be rectified and how should I handle that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. By information of private students, are you referring to the fees or there is other information?
The fees.
Okay. Please kindly report to the bursar's office so that they can approve your fee structure for government-sponsored, as a government-sponsored student. It's a very simple challenge to rectify. It should be rectified by the university bursar's office. Okay, would like to take this on. Oh, we have another question. Would you like to receive?
Okay, the last one. No, the last one, please.
Thank you. In the first place, I'd like to offer a vote of thanks to the IR's office. Thanks for your deliberate submissions. My name is Ishagi Michael. I'm going to undertake bachelor's in teacher education. My question is, my concern is, Madam Ethel, you gave us the persons the IR's office is working with under each faculty. But now you have given us the names, but not the contacts. I suppose that you give us their contacts because it will be required for us to move all around the campus looking for this person. The name, it is hard to look for the person, at least their contact. And then the other thing, on the portal, when you look at the biodata, there are some errors. I don't know how it can be sorted, like the date of birth in the portal. Thank you.
I think for all fairness, and in the interest of independence, I think we are all here and we will be happy to be independent. You have your admission letter. Do you have your admission letter? Where did you pick your admission letter? You get it. You have information. For heaven's sake, use that information instead of coming here to ask the telephone contact for the vice chancellor, telephone contact for the academic registrar, telephone contact for the faculty registrar. You have all the information and please use it. With those very many words, we once again would like to appreciate you, each one of you individually, for showing interest in studying at Kyambogo University. And having been admitted, as I started, I would really appreciate the way we've met today, both here and in the tent, and those online. I would appreciate if we all again met on graduation. I would really love that. And I know when we are here, we have already agreed that you are one family, we are going to work together, and we are going to succeed. And succeed we can. On this note, allow me to invite the university librarian to come and take you during the next session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Are we tired? You want to stretch a bit? Just to stand up and stretch a bit if you're tired, but if not, we can proceed. My name is Liz State, the university librarian, and I'm indeed excited to see so many young people. Welcome to Kyambogo. I want to congratulate you. Not everyone who applied to join Kyambogo was able to be taken. But if you were taken, indeed you achieved your desire, and we expect that you will use it as the AR has indicated within the period of your program to complete. And it's on that note that I'm here as the university librarian. I'm part of the chain that works to see that you succeed. So we are partners in this journey, and use the information we're going to share with you in this first year, so that the next year or even next semester, you'll be able to stand on your own. As I already said, my name is just there, the university librarian. And those of you who had wanted to know the PhD, there it is. I have a PhD in library and information science. And this is the outline I'll be sharing with you. It's going to be quite brief. We have a lengthy one for you next week in the library each day of the week. So find time and join us in the library to know much more. This is just a welcome session for you. And on this outline, we'll be looking at where the library is, what does the library have to offer you, when can you use the library, and some frequently asked questions. Of course, there are some don'ts, otherwise it won't be a library. And who leads the library? And then, of course, I'll share with you the library orientation program. Okay, so where is the library? In Kyambogo University, we have several libraries, about 5 of them on campus. That one is the central library, and it's our main library. It has books for all subjects. We have a computer lab in there, about 120 computers for you, a reading space, and research carrels for graduate students. If you do not have a laptop or a computer in your room, the library has computers for you. And I think we'll also be having iPads for use within the library, not outside. We also have the West End Library. The West End Library is at the main gate. As you come in the main gate, on your left-hand side, just below the Faculty of Science, we have the West End Library, which caters mainly for the School of Computing and Information Science, Faculties of Science, and Engineering. When I say this, it means that the books for those disciplines, for those faculties, are in that library. But remember, we already have a main library that has for all subjects, so you can make your choice. Though if it's just for reading, you can sit anywhere. We also have the Barclays Library, which is mainly for social sciences, arts and humanities, management, science and vocational studies, agriculture, arts and design, and nutrition. Barclays is just located behind the administration building. It has enough reading space for you if that's what you prefer, and it's comfortable if that is your choice, and it has the books as I have indicated. Now we also have libraries in the School of Education, majorly for students offering education, and another library, smaller a bit, in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. All these libraries are can sit you, they welcome you, though you may not have books for your disciplines if you're not in that specific faculty. So just to know the location and make yourselves comfortable. Now, what does the library have to offer? We have reading space, as I'm sharing there. That is Barclays, and that's West End Library. You can sit in general happiness and read. We have a computer lab, as I already said, 120 computers. This is only in Central Library. 120 computers for you, and there is an ICT assistant in there to help you with your work. We also have a library collection in terms of print resources. Print resources, these are books that are in print, the ones you can hold. So Kyambogo University has a collection of about 277 volumes of books, and these books can be accessed in the libraries physically if you walk in. But to know what we have a library catalog. A catalog is a collection of the library books that we have, and I've put a link there. You can access the catalog from wherever you are. You put in the details of the book that you want in that website, and then you'll see where the book is located in any of our libraries. As I said, we have the West End Library for science, computing, and engineering. We have Barclays Library for the arts and humanities, social sciences, management, the vocational studies, art and design on this side. And then we have the Central Library with all disciplines. So it will be indicated in the details that turn up. And so you just copy the details and get to the shelves. But we will be sharing more on how to access these books next week in the library when you come. We also have newspapers, print newspapers, New Vision, Day, Observer, Monitor magazines, and also the Independent. So you can come in to do your leisure reading or actually serious reading. We also have magazines. So you can come in, have a seat, and read any of these. We also have online sources. Now the trend is when you have a print book, then there are also the e-books or the e-journals, depending on what your interest is. So in Kyambogo University, we subscribe to over 12 million online journal titles and e-books. And we also can access these e-books or these e-journals off campus. Wherever you are, you can access. But before you access, you need to have been enrolled on our remote access tool called MyLoft. You can access this when you come to the library. Next week, you'll be assisted in enrolling so that you can access these resources from wherever. I forgot to tell you that we also have campuses in Soroti and Ushenyi, and we still have libraries in these places. So if you ever go home, you can still access the physical library in those places. The students in Ushenyi and Soroti also access the library online resources the same way the students at the campus access them. So the list of our resources is available on that website. And this is a welcome session, so we're not getting into details on how to access. But come next week, we'll show you how to access these resources. Now, sometimes the resources you want may not be available. I mean the e-resources. So, well, sometimes even books, a print book. If you think that we can help, please get in touch with us on that email address so that you can be assisted. We can get you that book you want, or chapter, or that article, if possible. But if not, we'll get you something that is similar to what you want. And maybe the other service would be that when you see us in the library, we are at your disposal. The human beings that you find in the library are at your disposal. Please ask away so that you can have an easier time accessing resources. Do not think they are very busy. You only make us busy when you ask. So we also have an institutional repository. Now, at the end of your program, you may have a project or a dissertation to submit. That work that you submit, we collect it and put it in our repository, which is online. So this is a resource that is helpful for you as you prepare for your project, to know how they write, how to format your work. That is for the projects and dissertations at the end of your program. So that is the website that you can use to access the scholarly resources that Kyambogo University produces, including your research articles. As a student you can publish, or your lecturers have published, the thesis and dissertations that you produce at the end of your program. But also when you attend a conference, you also get what we call the conference proceedings, technical reports. All those are available in our repository, which is called QSpace. And that is the URL or the link, the website for that repository. What else do we offer in the library? We do offer library training. As I said, we have a library orientation week for you students next week, beginning on the 11th. That is Monday to Friday. I'll be sharing the details. We also have access to e-resources. We can teach you on how to access these e-resources. We can also teach you on how to cite. I mean, when you're writing these days at campus, it's not like those days in high school. You need to give the sources that you have consulted. If you're going to submit your coursework, we expect you to have some references, like the journal articles you used or the books you consulted. That's what we call references. So to manage your references, we have software to do that. So we also offer training in that one. And the earlier you get these details, the easier it will be for you when the time comes to submit your assignments. We also offer plagiarism checks with our software called Turnitin when it's available. Plagiarism is copying. I think it is copying ideally. You know what it is? Plagiarism is when you copy. In universities, we expect you to consult resources. As I said, that's why the library is there. You build onto what others have worked on, but we expect you to acknowledge what you have consulted. If you have used the resource, you're supposed to indicate where did that originate from and where did they publish it. So when you do not and use those words, without limits, it's what we call plagiarism. And we have a software to check it. So once you go beyond a certain limit, it's called plagiarism and it is not allowed. So it's important that you learn how to write, but also check your work before you submit it. Maybe here we should also include AI. If you use AI, this software can also get you, and that will be a 0 if you didn't use it appropriately. So it's important that we get to know what to do and how to do, and this we will know when we visit the library next week during the library orientation program. Now, our sessions, training sessions, can be one-on-one. As I said, we exist in the library because of you. If you do not use us, then we are idle. So ask us, either in groups or in individual. As an individual, you can approach the person for assistance, or you can, as a class, organize, and then you invite us, or you come to the library in our training lab, and we give you the support that you need. Some sessions are actually organized by your faculty lecturers or deans, or even your course representatives can schedule with us as you go along. If you don't yet have those course reps, you'll get the course representatives. That will be your linkage between the faculty and you. Okay, so that's the session you can have. No really big appointments. You can just walk in and ask us, and we will be able to help you. Now next, when can I use the library? The library is usually open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. On Saturdays, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 5. Just note that, up to 5 over the weekend. During recess, recess is holiday time, is Monday to Friday, we close at 5. And then public holidays, the library remains closed. Now this is the physical library. As you've heard me say, we also have the online resources. Those you can use anytime, anywhere. So don't be limited by these hours. Now our on-library services, as I said, are not limited by time. You can access them via the library website, and that is the library website there. You'll be able to access the e-resources at your convenience. Now, frequently asked questions that you may have: what do I need to use the library? Unlike other, I think as the ERA was saying, you have to register. The library already registered you. So you do not need to be registered. You don't have to walk in with anything. Just come as you are, as long as you are our student, and you know our student is a registered student. Come in and access the library resources. Do I need to pay to use the library? Yes and no. Yes, because you need to be a registered student, and a registered student has paid, right? Then when you come after you have paid, we do not ask for any monies. Does it mean I cannot access the library if I haven't paid? You can access, but when that time comes and we are very strict, you may not be able to access the library. But for now, you can get in as long as you are here. Where do I register from? As I said, you don't need to register. We already picked your details, and we already have you in our library database. Can I enter with my bag? Yes and no. You can enter with your bag depending on the library. For example, in Central Library, we have lockers where you can leave your bags, and we are not actually responsible for those bags. So you come in with your bag, put them in the locker, and get to the space where you want to go. Like in the computer lab, we don't allow bags. In the closed access area where we have our books, we don't allow bags. We have a reading space on the top floor. You can come in with your bag. So it depends on the section you are in. So, but we would advise that as much as possible, if you can, you do not bring in bags into the library for security reasons. I mean, as in bombs. You never know what somebody is carrying in the bag. And once you come with your bag and leave it in the lockers, we are not liable for its safety. How can I locate the resources I need for my coursework projects? As I said, for all the library resources we have that are print, the books, the physical books that you can touch, we have a library catalog, and I shared the link. So you can go to the catalog, put in the author of the book you want, or the title of the book, or a subject, like in a keyword. Like, I want to look at engineering materials, you put it in. I want to look at intellectual disabilities, you put in the word, and to return the resources that we have and indicate also the location. Then you go to that location to pick the book, which you can either take out, depending on the guidelines, which you'll know next week when you come to the library, or you sit down and use from within the library. Now, those are the print resources. The online resources, as I said, you have been enrolled on our tool, which remotely or in place in the library, and then you put in your search term, just like the catalog, and you get the resources you require for your assignments. What if I cannot find the book I need? Then you ask us. Remember when I talked about the document delivery? You ask us and we will be able to get for you either that book, maybe you just didn't know how to find it, or an alternative. There will always be an alternative. So don't hesitate to ask us. Now, some don'ts. A library is a quiet reading place. Our spaces are not so big, so we do not have rooms for you to discuss or to make conversation. So making calls in the library is prohibited. Okay? So we do not expect to hear a lot of hellos in the library. Discussions in the libraries are also prohibited. As I said, our space is limited. Maybe those who will come after you may find bigger spaces where they can discuss, but for now, it is quiet reading. Eating in the library is discouraged. We don't allow. Though you can come in with a bottle of water, but no mandazi, no samosas, no cafe javas, no KFC, just water in your bottle. As I said, bags are not allowed, depending on the library. You'll be informed during the orientation week, next week. And making noise in the library is frowned upon. When you make noise, we will tell you, definitely you will know that we are not happy. We will show it to you humbly and calmly. Now, the library management, as you've seen, that is me, the university library, and these are the people that I work with. You might find them around as you move. I'm not alone. I have so many other people. So would you like to spend less time on assignments? Assignments are part of your journey, your 3-4 year journey or 5-year journey at this university. So would you like to spend less time on assignments? Or would you like to get that good grade on your tests? I don't know whether they've told you what a good grade is, those A's, those B pluses. Is AI acceptable? Then you need to come to the library next week, as I already said, on those dates, 11th to the 15th, in the Central Library. Central Library is just above this building, just behind. The next big building is the Central Library. Time 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Come to the library and know these questions will be answered for you. If you like to spend less, it means you know how to access resources, you know where to go, you do not waste time malingering. So you will know how to find what you need. And so a good student uses the library, gets a good grade, and uses AI ethically, appropriately. That is what we offer during our orientation next week. And this is our orientation program next week. We have on Monday 10, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Social Sciences, School of Management and Entrepreneurship on Monday. On Tuesday, we have the School of Art and Industrial Design, Faculty of Agriculture, School of Vocational Studies, and School of Education on Tuesday. Wednesday, Faculty of Engineering, Wednesday 13th, Faculty of Engineering, School of Built Environment, Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. Please don't be limited by this, assuming that you have a lecture on Monday, but you are free on Tuesday. You can still come in with the next group. So this is just for planning purposes. And then on Thursday, we'll have the Faculty of Science, School of Computing and Engineering. Again, I think that will be it. And then we have graduate students on Friday. So we look forward to having you next week. We have planned a lot for you. I will end my presentation here. Those are the contacts. A student was looking for contacts. I don't know whether you wanted numbers or, but this is what you'll get, emails. That is my contact, librarian@kyu.s, and I will answer that anytime you send in a query. And then the other one is for the e-librarian. The e-librarian will answer all your online questions, as in, how do I access e-resources? I have failed to find this e-resource. Can you get me this book chapter? those are the questions that we'll be answering. With that, I thank you for listening to me. I don't know whether there are any questions, though I think I've answered.
Thank you very much, Dr. State, Liz. We are so glad for the presentation. Members, can we give a 5? Do you remember 5? Do you remember 5? Okay, let's give her 5. Yeah, thank you very much. We will invite a few questions in case you have a few questions, like 5. Then the others, you can write them down and you'll send them in. She can answer now. She can also answer online. So by show of hands, let's see the first 5 people who have questions. She's going to note and then she'll answer you. Number 1 is there.
I wanted to know what if I have a literature on a mind and I am supposed to on the orientation on the same time. What will I do?
You're saying support the lecture at the same time when they are going to do the presentation? Okay, she's going to answer you. If you have a lecture on the very day you're supposed to attend the library presentation or orientation. Okay, she's going to answer you. Another person? Any other person with a question? Those online, you can write your questions. There is a hand here, mentor. There is a... Okay. Please tell us your names and then your question.
Thank you. My name is Kyambogo. What I was asking is, besides the bags, am I allowed to enter in the library with my phone or laptop?
She's going to answer you. Another hand? There is one there. Keep raising that hand. Don't put it down until they reach you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
By the names of Rubowa Isma, may I just request for more clarification on tanting?
That's noted. Any other person with a question? There is a hand in front here.
Thank you so much. Actually, mine is the same question like she has asked. Are we allowed to go with our personal computers? Like you feel you're well versed with yours than the other one. Are we allowed to enter with it? Thank you.
That's noted. Any other person? There is a hand behind.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's afternoon.
Sorry, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Is it allowed?
Your names, please.
I am by the names of Nancy Smaya.
Go on, Nancy.
Can I take a book from the library without even leaving anything to identify me?
That is noted. Keep raising that hand until they reach where you are.
All right, thank you. My name is Amen James. My question is, am I free to explore and check around any book I can come across, or it is the librarian to access the book and then give it to me?
That's noted. I think that is all. Okay, there is one more hand here too. There is one there as you come down. Remember, as I said, when you raise your hand, keep it up until they bring the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mosingozi Abdullah Akim, admitted for Bachelor of Economics and Statistics. My question is, can I borrow a book and use it outside the library and maybe bring it later on the following day? Thank you.
That's noted. If you've written something down, raise your hand. They're going to pick those written questions. Just raise it up and they will pick it from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ngolobe Alan, admitted for Bachelor of Arts in Economics. Me, mine is all about I had the Faculty of Social Sciences. Our orientation is meant to be there on Monday, and she highlighted saying that we can go anytime we are free. So I'm going as an individual, to you, madam, going as an individual, and going as a group, which one is the best? Thank you so much for good and my country.
Okay, that's noted. Our last person, the other people, please put those questions on paper and send them.
Thank you, our dear librarian. I'm Kasumba Robert, pursuing Bachelor of Art and Design with Education. I'm just requesting for one thing. That last slide, second last slide which you gave us, that was informing us about when to have that library orientation. I'm requesting that you bring it again, such that we know when to have that orientation. The second last slide. Thank you so much.
Okay, as doctor is doing that, let me pass on this announcement. There is a free HIV testing and recruitment of peer educators club by the University Medical Center at the graduation ground. So please pass by and do the testing and also register with the peer educators. We also have blood donation at the graduation ground by the Uganda Blood Bank. Donate that blood because you never know what will happen tomorrow. Hope you noted that. So let's invite Doctor to answer our questions as you send in the written ones. Doctor, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Interesting questions that you have sent in here. Now, about orientation. As I indicated already, this program is for planning purposes, because if we do not have a plan like this, then everybody might come at the same time and will not be able to accommodate you. So that's why we draw up a plan. But we also know that next week classes begin. So that's why I said it is flexible. Assuming you are from the Faculty of Engineering and your session is scheduled for Wednesday at 10, but on Monday you are free, and on Wednesday, when you should have been in the library, you'll be having your classes. So please come in on Monday with the other students. We won't say no to you. So find an available spot that is convenient, depending on your class schedules, and come in. As long as you come, that's all we need. We are not very strict on who comes when. Now, on bags. As I said, bags are not allowed in the library. But a library is a reading place. And we know that we are doing a lot of on our phones, on our iPads, on our laptops. So we expect you to come in with these gadgets if you have them. please don't hesitate to come in with your laptop or with your iPhone, and do not leave any valuables in the bag. Don't leave any valuables in the bag. If you're going to leave your bag in the locker room, please remove all your valuables, including land titles. Yeah, some of you come with your land titles for whatever reason, or we don't know, but they have gone missing. So that's why we are saying all valuables, do not leave them in your bags once you are putting the bag in the locker. On Turnitin. Now, Turnitin is a software that works at, should be detecting plagiarism. When you write, as I said, there is acceptable academic writing. In the library, we have works. When I say works, we have books, journals, magazines that are written by other people, and you are going to consult them in the course of doing your assignments. So you will consult them, pick ideas from them. But when you pick an idea from a book, from a journal article, from a magazine, even a newspaper, please cite. When I say cite, let me know where you have got that detail from. In the references, this one I said we'll know more tomorrow, next week, on how to write and include references or create a bibliography at the end of your work. That will include all the sources you have used. Now, when you do not, and just write, or you put in Google and Google brings everything, or you go to AI and download just everything and submit, your lecturer can check this work in Turnitin using that software, and they will get you. And that is unethical in academic writing, and actually in this university it's also not allowed. So that is the purpose or the use of Turnitin. All right? If you need to know more, please don't hesitate to come in. But for now, this is what it is. Your lecturer can actually give you an account on this software so that you check your own work if you have an assignment or a project. Now, books, borrowing of books. Yeah, books are supposed to be read either within or outside the library, depending on that library and depending on the section. For example, in the central library, books are supposed to be used within the library. The shelves are there. I know that in some of our schools we never had libraries, so it was like a store and somebody was there. But here you'll see the difference. A university library is not in a bad way. So there are big shelves. I tried to show a slide on shelves. You know, we have shelves and the books are there. You get in the shelves and explore. And actually that student who asked that question, you are my very good friend from today. You get in, touch the books, explore, be curious and touch the books. You know, you are doing education, but you are interested in engineering. Go look at the engineering book. You never know what you pick from there. Okay? So that's what we call browsing. You browse the shelves. Get in there, look at the books. We also have books on cooking, on fashion, on cosmetics, and you could be actually doing something else, but your hobby is sewing. And we have books on sewing. You know, we have books on cooking. So please get in the shelves and get dirty. Your hands, your eyes, feed them. You are welcome. Now, some books will be borrowed. You can borrow. I think in the West End Library, in Barclays, there are books that you can borrow, and they will give you a time limit. I think maybe 2 weeks. You can take this book after registering. That's why I say you don't need to register with us. We have your data. We'll have your data already. So what happens? You walk in, show us your ID from your school, because you haven't yet got university IDs. And then we will check in our system, or we will tell you to write down And then you take the book for your use and return it when we tell you to. If you lose a book, you pay for it. Okay? You pay for it. So you borrow, use, and return so that other people can also benefit. I think that's a bit about the books. Do we have all literature books in the library, or we have to buy? Now, as you realize that your classes are really big, for the literature books we have, I will not tell you all, I don't know all, but we have literature books, and you can borrow them in a group, or you can borrow as an individual. But if you can buy, the better. If you can buy any book, the better. Then you can use this book whenever you want without limitation. That's what I will say about books. Can I read from any other library apart from mine? Yes, all libraries are yours. It's not only I could see, but I can't just. Can I read? Yes, this is what I said. You can read from any library, anyone, any library, as long as it's open, as long as you qualify to be a Kyambogo University student, you have paid, or you are still within the grace period, please come in and sit and read. Can one attend the orientations before? Yes, before being registered fully, 100%. We expect all of you, regardless of your registration status. They told us we are having classes next week, but at the same time, yes, as I said already, flexibility is encouraged here, and even then, we might think that classes are beginning next week, but this is a university, and you realize that you'll have a lot of free time in between your lectures. So make good use of that time and occupy yourself in the library or productively. And the last question I have here, can I be able to download some of the books that I would like after being enrolled? Yes, you can download the chapters you are interested in after you have been enrolled, either on using MyLoft or even in the library catalog. We have included a lot of free full text books, so you can download a chapter or a full book. I don't know why you do that, but yes, you can download. You can read, they have PDFs, or you can actually save it down and read later, or print out. In case you are in a place with a printer, you print out and read as you may wish. I think that's all for questions, but I had a question from Shane, I think, about the online library. The online library, I know you'll have more questions, but that can only be answered when you come to the library. You'll have more details, but please also walk in case all those 5 days you cannot make it to the orientation. Don't hesitate to ask a librarian that you may be available in your space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liz. A 3 for Dr. Liz. I hope we've grasped, I hope we've understood. So, let me request you to go for lunch, but let's take care of this announcement: free HIV testing and recruitment of peer educators club by the University Medical Center, the graduation ground. If you don't know the graduation ground, ask the mentors. Let's go for lunch and be here by exactly 2 p.m. We have the university bursar with us, and then we have the university in charge of the ICT. You need those two urgently. There are questions you are asking in the morning that belong to that category. So 2 p.m., please be here.
your money. You have a meeting on Tuesday here at CTF. You are meeting with the Office of the Dean of Students. Make it a point to be around or to be available at that time. Then all students attached to Nanziri, if you read your admission letter, there is hall of attachment. If you find that your hall of attachment is Nanziri Hall, your registration is ongoing. So when you get time, not during orientation time, when you get time, maybe on Monday, you pass by and register. And the good news is, the warden has said, even if you are still in the process of paying fees, you can go and register with Nanziri Hall. Now, we are having a challenge. People don't know which hall is which. We have signposts, but some of them may not be visible. Nanziri, this end we have two halls. That is Mandela and then Nanziri. I don't know whether ICT can display the halls. Oh, okay, they have failed. But as you enter, you know we are now School of Management. Have we seen School of Management? This roundabout, eh? After this roundabout, behind that NPT, behind that building, long building is called NPT. Behind it, there is another building, is called RAC. Which one is RAC? The first one, the long one is called RAC. Behind it, there is NPT. Then behind NPT, we have two halls, Mandela and Nanziri. So Nanziri, Mandela, this side. I'm directing again. I'm not good at directing, but I'll try. This side, we have a roundabout. Eh? You know that roundabout? Have you seen that roundabout? Next to a building you call Senate, or the main building, eh? Where most of you reached, where most of you started from when you are looking for admission letters, that building. Below that roundabout, there is a very long building. It is called the RAC building. Behind it, we have NPT. Then behind, we have a block called Mandela. Then below Mandela, we have Nanziri. There are so many blocks for Nanziri. Kulubya, we simply take this road. You simply continue until after the church, you'll meet the Catholic Church. After the church, you proceed. Then on your left, you'll see Kulubya Hall. Then Pearl Hall is simply below Kulubya. So when you meet Kulubya, below Kulubya, we have Pearl Hall. And then when you proceed and bypass Kulubya, you'll meet North Hall. North Hall is in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, that side. Kindly go and register. Kindly go and register. To remind you, this program is ending on Friday. Today is the third day, and today we are left with two sessions which I would implore you to attend to the fullest. One is by the University Bursa, and another one is by the ICT team. So tomorrow is Thursday, right? Tomorrow we don't have a very busy day. Tomorrow, each one of you who is sure of the faculty will be here for only 1 hour. So in the morning, 9, we shall start with the School of Management. So you look at your admission letter. If you find that the faculty stroke school, there is School of Management and Entrepreneurship, then you belong to School of Management. Come here at 9. So at exactly 9, your school dean, the Dean School of Management, will be here from 9, strictly 9 to 10. So if you come beyond 10 and you belong to School of Management, you'll attend a session for School of Education. School of Education is 10 Okay. Yes, it is there. Faculty of Agriculture, 11. So students attached to belonging to Faculty of Agriculture, we expect you to be here at exactly 11. And after, at exactly 12, you'll be moving out and another group will be coming in. Special needs, it will be midday. At 1, you realize we don't have a lunch break, not so? Please take note, you may think you are coming at 2. At 1, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities. We said 1 because from morning you won't be doing anything. Eh? So you come here for 1 hour, that is 1 to 2, then you go away. 2, Faculty of Social Sciences. 3, Faculty of Engineering. And 4, Dean, Faculty of Science. Lastly, on Friday, now Friday, the morning session from morning to 12. If you belong to any of the schools that will be here on Thursday, on Friday you should come simply in the afternoon. But the morning session 9, we shall have School of Built Environment. After the dean has addressed you, you'll go, and then we wait for you to come back at 2. Dean, School of Computing, that is 10, 11, School of Vocational Studies, and at midday we shall have School of Art and Industrial Design. Then at 2, it is a universal session. We shall all be expected to come back at 2 for the chairperson convocation, and we shall summarize or conclude the training with the guild leadership. Kindly come and see your leaders. They will be supportive to you. I know you may say, but for me, I'm not a politician. Why should I come and see the leaders? They are accountable to you. So if you come, at least you'll be in position to ask for that accountability from the people that you'll be knowing. Okay. Unless, back to you, Chair.
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you're able to find something to eat. We are back for the afternoon session, and we are going to hear from Office of the Bursar. What do we expect from Office of Bursar? I want to prepare you for the questions that you'll be able to ask. We are going to hear all about fees payment, the fees structure, the tuition reference numbers and transactions. So everything about your tuition, we are going to hear about it this evening. So let's join those hands together and we invite our own Madam Ada to come and take us through the afternoon session of Office of the Bursar, Kyambogo University. A 3, that's a poor one. A 3, thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. You're most welcome to the great Kyambogo University. All freshers, you're most welcome to our university. We are happy to see you. Okay. First, I'll begin by sending apologies from the University Bursar, Mr. Kasirye Bukulu Stevens. He had an emergent meeting with the top managers, so he was unable to come. I've been delegated to do his part, and I think I'll fit very well. My names are Adana Wire Amanya, and I'm the Deputy University Bursar, Kyambogo University. I'm in charge of revenue services, budgeting, and grants management. With me, I have come with a team. I'm expecting somebody else. I've come with Ivan, Mr. Ivan Wamono. He's an assistant secretary in the University Bursar's office and directly handles students' affairs. So I'm here for exactly 1 hour. I want to leave most of the time for you to ask questions. I'll go straight to the presentation, which will be brief, so that we take on more questions and you're aware of what to do so that you don't make mistakes or don't be conned by anybody on this campus. Okay. There we are. I'm starting on the presentation. Yeah, on behalf of management and the finance department and staff, I welcome you all freshers, fresh students of 2025 academic year to Kyambogo University. Our mission as a department is to firmly support you in your academic and professional excellence as you build your future with us. While picking your admission letters, which you already have picked from the AR's office, you must read the joining instructions because they detail the rules and regulations for your comfortable stay while studying at Kyambogo University. You can also access them on the website. Go to download on the website and you read those. It's very important because they will guide your stay here. As a department, we shall strive to offer you easy accessible financial support services as need arises. As you have been told already, you are required to mandatory enroll. I hope all of you here have enrolled. Before I left the office, there's a circular that is going to be found on your boards dated 5th August by the University Bursar. You're not going to access any services of the university unless you have enrolled. This is to help us plan. We want to know the number of students that are on the campus. Please enroll for as long as you're here and you have not enrolled. Don't even wait to listen to me. Just first enroll, then come back and continue listening to me. Okay? It is free of charge. No fee. Let nobody con you that you have to pay a certain fee. It is free of charge. I just want to let you know the key personnel we have in Bursar's office. We have a structure in Bursar's office, but these are the most important people you should access. We are about 54 in the department, but these are the key personnel people that you need to know. First and foremost, the University Bursar. You must know the University Bursar, and I've already introduced him with an apology. He's called Mr. Kyambogo Bukulu Stevens, and he handles all inquiries. The moment you call him, he has his generals whom he will allocate the assignments, but he receives all inquiries on behalf of the university concerning payment, students' payments. Okay, that is his phone number. The next person you should know is the Deputy Bursar in charge of expenditure, reporting, and stores management. He's called Mr. Kisule William. This particular one, the deputy, is in charge of handling students on government-sponsored scheme. Why? Because you request for your monies through the deans, through the faculties. meal allowance, your guild, your faculty allowance, your fieldwork allowances, because you're sponsored by government, there's a procedure that it follows. And it ends with the deputy bursar in charge of expenditure. In case you don't get it, this is where you go. And that is his contact. Okay? He has people under him that handle directly, but he's the one in charge. Thirdly, that's me standing before you, and that's my number. Mine is strictly to collect revenue for the university. I need to collect all the revenue on the university, however small, however big, and that makes me directly responsible for you who pay tuition fees. I'm requesting, enroll. I'll repeat this word over and over. Enroll. If you haven't, please just go and enroll before you come and listen to me. Okay? The next person enroll, these are staff that work with me because we are the ones who collect revenue for this university. I have 3 key staff that I need you to be in touch with on a daily basis because these are the people going to help you on a daily basis. One of them is Birungi Mary. She's absent with apology. She had some issues, but that's her phone number. You are free to contact her. The second one is the one seated right at the table. He's called Wamono, Mr. Wamono Ivan. This one, on top of all the other things that others do, he handles sponsored students. Sponsored students, privately sponsored. Those of State House, if you are Madivani, if you are HESFEB, if you have a sponsor that is sponsoring you so that we can include that on your portal, please consult this particular person. Not on government sponsorship, privately sponsored students. By any company, any NGO, please, this is the person who handles. The next person who is going to join us shortly is called Mr. Malaba Isaac. He's an assistant accountant, and that is his phone number. These particular revenue service officers handle students' portals. They deal with enrollment, allocation of funds. If you are to graduate, we are the ones to clear you for graduation. We get tokens, reference tokens. You'll understand them as you go forward. The freshers don't get tokens. Reference numbers in case you have a problem. They can assist you, but we also have ICT that has camped in front of the ICT block that will also assist in the same. Our address as Bursar's office. The Bursar's office is located on ground floor of Senate building. Please always make inquiries from the security desk. Before you come to us, ask security desk to tell you where you want to go. What reason is it? Because we have other different offices on that floor, so they will take you to the rightful office. If it's a PRN, they will know where to take you. If it's allocation of funds, they will know where to take you. So please inquire with security before you get to us. Our email addresses, those are various email addresses. You can use those email addresses. Our landline is 0414-288-768. For all general and specific inquiries, please use the window. Why the window? For security reasons. You can overcrowd. So you will access us through the window. The office is called Revenue Service Office. You access this. That's why I'm telling you, request security to direct you where to go. So they will take you to the right office, and that's how you'll access us. We work from 8 a.m. to 12:45 and from 2 to 5. Please, after 5, we are in private business. Okay? We are all yours from that time, from 8 to 5, every day from Monday to Friday. Okay? The kind of sponsored students we are talking about here, we have 3 types of sponsored students. We have the government-sponsored students, we have the students on government loan scheme, and the privately sponsored students. Which students fall under the government-sponsored students? These are on merit, sports, district quota, or disability. That's how you got in here on government merit under those categories. All their tuition and major functional fees are paid by the government. If yours is not paid by the government, please, you're not government sponsored. Government pays these students upkeep for residents and upkeep for living out allowances for non-residents. They are also supposed to pay some small fees, depending. The moment you enroll, it should give you those small fees, as long as your portal says you're government sponsored. The moment you enroll, it will pop up guild fee, undergraduate gown, sports fee, academic transcript, maybe convocation, just a few fees, which don't total to over 100,000 shillings. Okay? The students on government loan scheme are those sponsored by the Higher Education Students Financing Board, that's called HESFEB. If you know you are sponsored by HESFEB, I've told you the contact, immediately register with that person. We want you to get a leader amongst you who will coordinate it, but the person responsible is the one seated right at the table. Please make sure he gets a copy of your form that you are sponsored by HESFEB. As for privately sponsored students, I bet majority of you fall under this category. You pay fees for yourselves. It's either you or your parents or any institution that can sponsor a student to undertake university education. That's where most of you fall. Or NGOs or likewise. Note, the responsibility of any form of sponsorship is for the student. Please don't come to us that you want to be sponsored. We don't sponsor students. You look for it out there, then you come and tell us, I'm sponsored by so and so, and the person in charge of sponsored students is seated right at the table. Management of university fees for government and private sponsored students. The types of fees that you're expected to pay. We have the tuition fees, we have the functional fees, we have the National Council for Higher Education fees. These are the three categories of fees, the major fees that I know. Unless you're coming to do some havoc and then we give you a fine, those are other fees. But these are the major category of fees. Tuition fees is paid every semester, and the amount depends on the course of study. The moment you enroll, automatically your course will give you. You won't pay the same fees. The person doing engineering and the person doing humanities will pay quite different fees. So when you enroll, the categories are specified, and the fee structure actually is on the website. Okay? You can also access it in Bursary's office if you want. If you have a sponsor who wants it, we can give you a soft copy. We can communicate to that sponsor all the details that you need. You pay through a designated bank of URA or their authorized agents. Please mark authorized agents, because anybody here, now they know you're vulnerable, they will come and see and manage it, and they will get money from you. Then most of you come to us saying, you know, I paid. The moment you pay, your money should reflect on your pocket. If it doesn't, then you've been conned. That's the first thing. If it's not conned, there could be a system problem which will take a technicality which may take 1 year, but that one will be communicated. But the moment you pay your fees, it should reflect on the portal. The functional fees, these are paid depending on the semester, year of study, and the service required. Functional fees are mandatory. These are mandatory, like I've said. Paid during the semester once a year. But in the second semester, we always pay examination fee just for examination. But the other fees are paid in the first semester. The same way we pay the tuition fees, the same way we pay the functional fees, except for the National Council for Higher Education fees. These are paid to National Council for Higher Education by all students. It's also mandatory who undertake studies in any tertiary institution. It's paid to National Council using another system. You also use the same way to pay, but this one, the reference will be clearly stating National Council for Higher Education, because this money does not come to us. It goes to National Council for Higher Education. We are only an agent. Through us, we tell you to pay them, and that's what we are obliged to do. Okay? There is this system called ACMIS. Now that you've come to Kyambogo University, we have an academic management information system. The academic registrar has taken you through this, And I'm continuing to take you through so that you understand it. This is the official information system used as a one-stop center. This is where you get everything as a student. Everything is on your portal in this system. Okay? You applied through this system to the university. You got the admission through this system. You pay your fees through this system. Your exams, you will get your results through this system. Results are managed through this system. Graduation, you graduated through the system. Any academic certificate or transcripts go through this system. All students' records are on this system. That is part of it. So you should know that unless you have issues with your portal, that's when you come to us. But everything is on your system. To access your portal, use this address, myportal@kyu.ac.ug. To access your portal, I think some of you have already, those who are wise should do this before it's too late. The payment procedure, I want to take you also through the payment procedure, how you're supposed to pay your fees. Please do not pay your money to somebody passing by. We don't know those people. I've repeatedly told you that when you pay your money, you pay through the portal, you generate a PRA through the portal, and the money must reflect on the portal. If it doesn't, then you've been conned. Access your portal through my portal at kyu.ac.ug. Enroll at the beginning of every semester. Like I've said, if you have not enrolled, come back and listen to me. Just go out and enroll. You'll be billed. Immediately you enroll, they'll give you your tuition fees. If you want to pay for the fees, and you have them now, if you want to pay, only if you want to pay, generate a PRN, because it expires in 21 days. The moment it expires in 21 days, you will have to generate another, and that brings a bill on our part. Many receivables. We say this student did not pay, this student did not pay. So we look for you, like 3 times Janet did not pay. So the bill against you can be very big when you actually were supposed only to pay once. Generate the PRN when you're ready to pay. Only when you're ready to pay. Okay? Because it expires in 21 days. To access your portal, if you want to be helped, please, as I told you, revenue services, we have key personnel in Bursar's office who can help you, but you access us through the window. We have ICT. They've now put a tent in front there. I think most of you have seen in front of the computer center, if you know where it is. There are also ICT staff in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. This will help you to get your portal if you don't know how to do it yet. All fees stated exclude bank charges. Whatever fees you see in your portal, whatever bill, please add the bank charge fee, because that is not, it is for the bank to transact that payment. Please, like you've paid fees before, you've been in secondary, you've been in primary, we always pay and add the bank charges to it. Make all payments in any, like I've said, URA authorized designated banks and authorized agents. Please, I beg you that please avoid using the banda agents, because following them up is a bit hard. We have agents here on the university. Try as much as possible to use these ones at the university. We've got very many cases of students being defrauded by those agents in banda and getting them. Today they will be there, tomorrow they may not be there. But these ones here have followed through, have been saved through the procurement process, and we know them because we can track them. So it's better use agents who are at university. All fresh students who do not register within time will be deemed to have turned down the admission offer. Endeavor to register. The AR has been here before me. They are going to write a circular to you telling you there's going to be a central registration exercise. Endeavor to register during that time. After that time, it will be very, very hard for you to register. Tell your parents to give you the money during that time of central registration so that you register. Why? Because this is the only time your documents are verified. And to get these people to verify your documents again will be very, very hard. We give you a period where you do central registration of freshers, get your documents ready, pay all the fees, and come and register centrally. After you have registered centrally, every other registration is self-registration. The moment you pay, you just register by yourself. Because now we know everything, all your documents are in. The next semester, you'll self-register yourself. This is the only registration that they will look at your documents physically. So please endeavor to have paid and put all your documents together by that time. The circular is not yet out, but the moment it comes out, endeavor to register. Do not hand over fees to any other person except the bank. That one I've emphasized no more than once, because I get students in my office crying, complaining. I tell them, but I told you. Remember the orientation day? I told you. There are many people now, they know you're vulnerable. You're now on the bazaar, you feel, now you've arrived. You're at the university, you are having fun, you know. Please, the money, the fees, just take them to an authorized agent. Don't give your money to anybody, not even your boyfriend or girlfriend. Because your boyfriend is going to trade with that money tomorrow, for him he will study, you will be dropping out. Yes? Please take this seriously, because we have fun people around. And under normal circumstances, the semester runs for 17 weeks, so manage your personal finances, because as we don't handle those. You're now old people, your parents give you money, please know that 17 weeks, that's when you'll be able to do exams after 17 weeks. National Council, I've already emphasized where to pay. Go to ura.ug.go.ug, e-services, payment registration, and select other, NTR, and then select National Council for Education, and pay. That is not our money, you're supposed to pay that as a student of Kyambogo University National Council. So we are agents, we tell you you must pay. When we are clearing you for graduation, if you have not paid for National Council, we don't clear you for graduation. Because it's one of the mandatory requirements. We're emphasizing you have to pay fees to National Council on Higher Education. The university considers you as a university student when you fulfill all requirements of registration as a university student. Now you're not university students. We are seeing you like you've come, yes, have the bazaar, enjoy. But to consider as a student, you must have fully paid 100% fees, and your documents must have been verified, because some people come with documents from NASA Road. Those ones we shall not register you. We shall say we apologize, it was in error, but after, you go and look for room elsewhere. Okay? You're only a student after you have registered. Why are we emphasizing the portal? All your details are on the portal. That is as a student, that is your portal, and that's where you get all the details about you. It's a mandatory key function for all your student records during the semester of study. And a student who doesn't enroll will not be able to obtain services from any university offices. Like I've told you, the circular has gone round. This is from the university bursaries office. They are telling everybody not to access services for students unless they have fully enrolled. Check your notice boards and read it again. Nobody is going to handle you unless you have enrolled. They will ask you, have you enrolled? Yes, then the service will be given to you. This is done at every beginning of the semester like you've come. Please do that. It helps to select your study modules. When you're enrolling, please select all your modules that you're going to study. If you don't select some, you'll retake them, because your examination marks will not be uploaded to them because you didn't register for them. Even if you do an exam, there will be nowhere to upload them. So make sure you select all your modules and when you're enrolling. If you don't enroll and select your study modules, your semester results will not be uploaded and you will automatically be asked to retake the modules. Okay? Obtain an invoice to allow you to pay fees, I've already said. You obtain your invoice from the portal, your PRN, but only when you're ready to pay. It expires in 21 days. The system has been enabled to flag off a dead year once it establishes that you missed enrollment of any semester of study. That is about my portal. I'm now taking you through the policy on withdrawal and refund of paid university fees. A student who has paid fees but withdraws from the university for any reason, this is a policy, so I have to read it as it is, shall have her or his tuition fees refunded or forfeited in accordance with the university fees refund guidelines. And these are the guidelines. Only tuition fees is subject to a refund by the approved criteria. And maybe that one I didn't, but let me take you through the approved criteria because it is in the website. Before the end of the first week of a particular semester, we'll refund you 100%. Before the second week, we shall refund 75%. Before the third week, we shall refund 50%. Before the fourth week, we shall refund 30% of tuition, because functional fees are non-refunded. You've paid them, you don't be refunded for non-functional fees. Before the fifth week, we refund 15%. From the sixth week onwards, we don't make a refund because you've already accessed our services of the university, so we are charging you for that. That's the policy. So when you're here, we are telling you, please know what the policy is. Functional fees are not refundable. All requests for refund of tuition fees in that criteria, if you are in that criteria before, up to the fifth week, shall be written to the university bursar. You write formally to the university bursar. You don't come talking to me that you know I want a refund. No, you write formally, university bursar, please, I need a refund of so much. Within the fourth week, it comes to 15%. So I need 15% of my money. The reasons, then we shall ask URA because we don't have accounts here. When you pay your money, it goes directly to URA. So we will write URA to ask them to refund your money. Refunds shall not be made to students unless either they sponsor themselves, unless they sponsor themselves. If you sponsor yourself, like it's you who paid, we shall refund you. But if it's your parent, we shall refund the parent. If it's the company, we shall refund the company, not you. You don't write formally and give us the details of the company, we refund. Unless it is you who paid, as John Wambra, then we shall pay John Wambra. When you're asking for the refund, please categorize the person we should refund based on who paid. A student who overpays shall not get any refund except where he or she has come to the end of the program of study. Yes, until the end of the course. Such overpaid funds shall be carried forward and credited to the student's fees account. If now, for example, you're supposed to pay 1.5 and you paid 5 million, and you say you want a refund of 3.5, we'll credit you the next semester and credit the next year until where we stop. We shall not refund until you have finished the studies. Fees payment policy. All students shall pay 100%. I'm going slowly because I want you to understand, so that tomorrow when you come, you know what it entices, what is needed of you. All students shall pay 100% of all fees, both tuition and functional fees, by the end of the 8th week. We start counting the 8th week from the day, okay, you reported over the weekend, the working day. So we started Monday, counting the weeks. Okay? We didn't count your weekend because you were arriving. We start counting the 8 weeks from Monday of every semester without attracting any penalty or late registration fees. Any student who fails to pay full university fees by the 8th week will attract penalty fees for late registration. After the 8th week, we have a penalty of late registration, but it's 50,000 shillings. But this can be waived as and when the University Council reviews it. Any student who fails to pay all fees by the 12th week of every semester will have to apply for a temporary withdrawal. If you find by any chance by the 8th week, 12th week, you are unable because maybe, circumstances, you lost a father, you lost a mother, you are sick, and maybe all the money is going to your medical bills, you can't really continue, please ask for a dead year. I think the academic register was here before me and told you that you were supposed, all those details, when to apply for a dead year, change of course, that's not ours. As we just receive what the AR has given us and we act accordingly. Ours is just to implement. Ask for a dead year. Because why is it good to ask for a dead year? You'll have paid these fees and all we do is to transfer them to the next year. But if you don't ask for a dead year, you'll pay again. Because you don't have the authority to be there in the next year. You start as a fresher and again you pay. Because you didn't ask for a dead year. I think the AR must have elaborated on this. No student will be allowed to sit examination without completing university dues. You see my team, just allow me introduce the next, I had already introduced him in absentia. That is Mr. Malaba. Mr. Malaba Isaac is one of the key revenue officers of the section who will be meeting on a daily basis. Please. Okay. So, no student will be allowed to sit an exam without paying fees. Look at us and the team. We come to the examination rooms. We do come. We're supposed to collect revenue 100%. And that's why we are here. We are paid to collect revenue. So, make sure by the 12th week you've cleared all your dues. You enter an exam room when you've cleared all dues. The deans and every other person in charge, the examination coordinators, have been asked to print only registered students of the system to enter the examination room. So if by any chance you enter the examination room when you've not paid, that is already, you're answerable to Senate. You'll be taken for disciplinary and you answer to Senate, either the council or your admission, and you go and look elsewhere. Please, let's not get to that. We've been given enough time. From now to the 8th week, we say surcharge. 12th week, if you can't pay, please ask for a dead year. Don't enter an examination room when you have not cleared all fees. I'm emphasizing it because you're freshers and we want you to go on smoothly. We've been having hurdles with the continuing students, but we've so far streamlined that, and now we are really tightening it. It will be a disciplinary action. No refund of fees shall be made to any student who permanently withdraws from the university or withdraws from studies for any other reason different from the above. No refund of fees shall be made to any student who refuses or fails to apply for a dead year, or any student who prolongs his or her approved dead year without approval. Again, when you want to continue with the dead year, you come for approval from the academic registrar. Okay? Thank you and welcome to Kyambogo University. Knowledge and skills for service.
Hello. Thank you very much. A 5 for our dear Bassa. I hope you have picked everything that has been said, and I know you have questions. So we are going to allow both written and then hands up. You're going to raise your hand and ask a question. Meanwhile, we cannot give a chance to everyone. Like we always been doing, write down and send in those papers. So, can we hear from you?
Good afternoon. My name is Ngolobe Alan, Bachelor of Arts in Economics. So, my question is around that examination permit. I heard Madam saying that during those days, they switch on different faces. So, rumor has it that sometimes during exam time, portals jam, and yet somebody is meant to print out the card. So, in case such a situation happens, how do you help? In conclusion, therefore, just help us to clarify that for good and my country.
Thank you. That is noted. She's going to answer. Any other hand? There's a hand up. We should get a second microphone, ICT.
Excuse me. Good afternoon. My
Yes,
name
sir.
is Twinama Skolindon, pursuing Bachelor's of Science in Accounting and Finance. My question goes to Madam Bassa. You've said by the 8th week, everyone should have paid to 100%. But then the speakers before you, they were telling us about central registration. It means that if you pay in that 8th week, it's when you will do that registration.
Members, is that question clear? Please repeat.
I was like, if you pay in that real week of the 8th week, is it when you are allowed to do the central registration?
That is noted. Any other person? Please keep your hand up as they bring the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So my question is about the enrollment. So what if I want to de-enroll, and restart again? For instance, I'm a government student, but the portal indicates weird figures. So I have to de-enroll so that I can re-enroll again.
That is noted. Hands up. Any other question? Members outside, write those questions on your sheets and give to the mentors. I heard you complaining that you're raising your hands. We cannot see you, but please write and send in.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria. My question is, Hassan spoke about students' number. How do I use the student admission?
That is noted. You repeat, the BASA hasn't got it very well.
How do I use this number in my admission?
In other words, what is the use of the student number on the admission letter? Is that what you're trying to ask?
Yes.
Okay. There is a hand here. When you raise your hand, keep it up.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Nakayo Alit Muksa. Pursuing accounting and finance. My question is, my tuition is 150. So am I paying that 150 for all of the semester, or like they told us that in the semester they divide it? Do they divide it like?
That is noted. They're going to answer you. Are you talking about tuition or tuition with functional fees? Only tuition? Okay, that's noted. Members, do you have any other questions? Let me ask Madam to be answering as you write. Members outside, please write and bagalo kujja. Anyone outside who wants to ask a question live without writing? They told me some people are raising their hands. Please come in. Come and ask. Is there anyone? You're shy. Okay, put them down.
Thank you so much for those questions. Let me allow my people answer them, then maybe I'll answer last.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I congratulate you for being admitted and choosing Kyambogo University for building your career. I'm Isaac, that is the easiest name. Let me attempt to answer the questions that have been raised. Number one, that the system normally goes off and you may not be able to print your exam cards. So this is the question. Network issues are beyond our control. So if you wait to pay your fees and register by 12th week, you may come with your money when the system or network is down. And for that case, you will fail to pay. And when you fail to pay, it means you cannot be registered. And for that matter, you miss exams. So now the question is, never wait for last-minute issues. We have sometimes challenges in network or systems which are beyond our control. Number two, somebody asked that central registration must be done when somebody has paid. That is true. The academic registrar is going to come up with a program for central registration per faculty, and it is starting, I think, next week. So you are required to follow that calendar. If you don't follow because of financial challenges and you fail to pay within the time that I've scheduled to do central registration, then you will be handled last. That is why you pay surcharge. You only register when you are fully paid to zero balance. So endeavor to make your parents, guardians, sponsors to pay within time. That is if you pay attention to university programs and how they run. Not says always everywhere, no one will follow you to tell you that go and read. Check notice boards, and the additional information is always sent to your student email. Every one of you, I think, has a student email which you must be able to use, and you have already gotten information on that email. If you don't know how to use it, I will ask my colleague here to brief you how to access your student email where information is sent regularly. The third question was on, can I enroll and also de-enroll? Now, playing with your personal portal is not allowed. For instance, today I got about 10 students who had generated 15 reference numbers on their portals. The challenge was they don't know yet how to use their portals, so they just keep clicking, the way they use social media. So when you keep clicking, every click is an instruction and it causes an error in your portal. So don't click everywhere. You will generate too many reference numbers which are not needed, and you will make also errors which may need to be corrected, and you may not be able also to correct them yourselves. So once you enroll, you are not able to de-enroll unless you seek for our services or you go to the academic registrar's department. Question number 4, what is the use of a student number on your admission letter? Every student has an admission letter, and what identifies you from another student is your student number. That is the unique identifier for you in this university. How do we use it? When you check at the back of your admission letter, there is instruction number 14. It has a link where you go to Google and input the word myportal.kyu.ac.ug. When you type that in Google, a window comes where they request you to input your student number and password. So once you have a password and a student number, you are able to log on to your personal student account with the university. So each of you must have an account with the university, which we call a student's portal. That is how we use your student number. And is also required whenever you're communicating anything to the university, you quote it. Even when you come for a service to any office, they will request you to state your student number. And I want to ask that this student number is not difficult to master. When you come for service to any office, when you know your student number, it will help you to be served faster. The last question was on mode of payment. An accounting student asked that her tuition is 1,050,000. Should she pay all of it at once or in installments, or what should she do? Now, our bursar said that by 8th week, you should have paid all the money. So if your parent or guardian cannot pay everything at once, the university allows you to be paying in installments. If you get 100,000, you go to your portal, you generate a reference number for 100,000, you deposit. So if your tuition is 1,050,000, it reduces. Then again, next week you get 300, you deposit. Don't keep. The risks of keeping money are high. If money is stolen, you will not get it from anywhere, and it can make you lose your course, because for us, we shall not need to know whether it was stolen from you because of your carelessness, or you used it to eat the chicken in a band and chips. You know, our stage, we like chicken and what? And the chips. You like making hair. Some people want new shoes every week. See? So if you become extravagant and then you spend your parents' money for your fees, you stand a risk of losing out the course. So those were the 5 questions. Additional questions were written on papers, and our MC will guide us how to follow. Thank you for listening.
Okay. We are going to read as you respond.
Good afternoon, students. There is one question they have forgotten. My name, I'm called Ivan Wamono, as clearly stated by the bursar. There is this question of saying, can I de-enroll, particularly for government-sponsored students? Now, once you come on government, we are supposed to give a waiver. That's why you find that your fees are not like for private students. So, all the affected students for government, you are free to send a WhatsApp message or come physically to bursar's office. We shall handle you. We shall de-enroll, then enroll you on the right fee structure for government students. Thank you so much.
Question. Someone generated a payment reference number and wanted to pay installments, but generated a payment reference number for full payment. How does she handle?
Now, when you log into your portal, when generating a reference number, there are 3 options. You can either pay partially, pay the whole amount, or pay for the entire course. There are 3. You're paying the full amount, or you are paying out of maybe the 1,050,000, you want to pay 600,000. So it gives you that of paying partially. Then there is an option of you depositing on the account. I'm going to demonstrate them after the questions.
Is it allowed for the parent to pay my tuition, or it is the student to pay by himself? Can my father pay my tuition? Or am I
Yes.
supposed to pay?
Once you're a student in Kyambogo University, I believe you have a guardian or a parent. It is an agreement between you and your parent of who is going to pay the fees.
For us, the district quota system, we haven't received our admission letters. How can we enroll?
Now, for district quota, those questions you're supposed to have asked the academic registrar. But as far as I know, the list came in and they are handling it. Very soon you'll get your letters.
I've generated 2 payment reference numbers. Do I use the first one or the last one?
Now, members, when you log into your portal, now the one who has asked such a question, I'm not sure, is the person paying full fees, half, or is depositing? But you're supposed to generate 1 reference number. You can't use 2 reference numbers. It's 1. So that person should choose between the 2. Which one is going to use?
Let's avoid getting PRA in.
Considered. I've been given a post. I've been admitted. I failed to pay tuition. I drop out and I reapply next year. Can the university consider me? Can it readmit me?
No, that I think for that person, it's better you visit the academic registrar's office.
Okay. Is it a must to pay the 250,000, which is added to the total tuition meant for training, or it shall be paid when the student is to go for training or internship?
Now, members, once you log into your portal, there are so many features. I think after here we are going to log in and we see. That fee structure is organized in a way that it is semester by semester, year by year. Whatever fees you find there is what you're supposed to pay. There is no negotiations on that. What you find is what you pay. If you want more explanation, maybe you ask that.
How much is charged if a person who generates more than 2 payment reference numbers, because someone told us that it is paid for?
I think as Kyambogo University, whatever activity you do in your portal is free of charge, but I think those generating more than 2 reference numbers, there is a module they are developing. When you play around with your portal, they will just block it. I think that will be the best. You are just blocked, then you write a letter explaining how it was blocked.
Can government-sponsored students access university services before paying the 92,000?
Actually, for government-sponsored students, my advice could be, if, for example, you are doing a 3-year course program, for example, let me take a course like civil engineering. Your friends are going to pay for 4 years. They are going to pay 11,763,000. But you, for the 4 years, a government student, you are going to only pay 400,000. So it is high time. This is just advice. You better get the 400,000, deposit it in your portal. Then each semester we just be deducting off the what? The money, then paying 92, 47. So you better do that.
How do we enroll? ICT will answer that. ICT will answer that. My question is about paying installments as a private student. Can I first pay functional fees and do registration and later on clear tuition, or I have to first clear both and register?
Now, the question is very clear. Now, you wait for the circular of the central registration. But if you have money with you, maybe your parent has sent you 200,000, 300, please feel okay to go on your portal and select where there is pay partial fees. Key in the figure, which is not full fees, and please proceed and pay until when you complete.
Can we...
Just to clarify on that, in order to register, you must have paid 100% tuition fee, which includes tuition and functional fees. There's no paying functional fees and you register. No. You have to pay both.
Is it allowed to pay fees to the bursar directly? I think that one was answered.
Okay. Now, members, once you generate your reference number, You just go to the bank and you pay those agents. No one in Bursar's office collects fees manually. We don't have their bags which keep money. So you just go and pay your money.
Okay. Basa, my money for the fees is on the phone. Will Stanbic Bank agent at the campus help me to change it to my tuition?
Now, I think you realize that when we are generating the reference numbers, there are three options. You can either generate the reference, go to the agent, generate the reference, pay via mobile money, both MTN and Airtel, and the codes are there. I will demonstrate. So any which is easy for you, you can use that.
Okay. Someone is saying I've generated the payment reference number and I've paid half the tuition. Within the 21 days, I want to pay the remaining balance. Do I use the same payment reference number?
No, you generate another one.
Okay. Is it a must? This one we've answered. Yes. You told us about paying government students, but my phone is not in my names, but it is in the name of my mother.
Members, once you join university, you need to be a little bit serious. So, if you are still using your mother's phone number, it is high time you pick your ID. The bazaar they are selling, I think, those cards. MTN, Airtel, K2. So, buy yourself a line.
Akabalega Isaac is asking whether it is allowed to do exams when I still have a balance of functional fees.
It is not allowed.
What if I'm a government student but I fail to pay other bills on time? Will I be able to have my exams? The 92, I'm a government student, I failed to pay the 92.
Actually, government-sponsored students, you better also be a little bit serious. Whoever fails to pay the money, you will not be allowance. Because allowances are paid to only fully registered government students. Only.
Okay. Do you give bursaries? Because, madam, you see the economy, please just help. Ivan, do you have bursaries for them? You can tell them. You see the economy.
Yes, freshers, that's a good one. You remember when I was presenting, I said we don't. It's the onus is on you to look for the sponsors. We don't give that. Please look for sponsors out there. There are many people by there who are willing to sponsor you, so just be on the lookout.
How much is change of program?
Change of program, beginning next week, I believe. Everything, as Basa has already told you, is done on the system. So probably next week it will begin, and they will guide you on what to do, and the amount to be paid will be there, I think it's 50,000.
I can't see in Che in my portal. How do I get the bank slip to pay that 20,000?
We no longer use bank slips in the 21st economy. You just go on the system, put in the command, generate the reference number. We are going to show you how to do that.
But Mr. Ivan, you are in charge of loan scheme. Once the list is out, highlight them on the next step to take. He applied for loan scheme. If the list is out, what should
now,
the
members, when the list for loan scheme is out, because currently loan scheme is now high, it's taken on by Ministry of Education. So once the list is out, the officer there will call every student to go and sign the loan agreement form. Me, my only work as the bursar in charge of that is to receive the list of the successful students and bill them and take the list back to loan scheme. That's all my only work.
I want to pay money for 2 semesters at once. Is it possible, and how do I do it?
it is possible. I said go on your portal, select the deposit amount, add the 2 semesters, and put the money there.
I'm a government-sponsored student, but my portal reflects money for private-sponsored students. How can I be helped?
I already answered that.
Okay. How about a person without national ID? But I think this is not yours. How do I get it? Go to NIDA. Excuse me, madam. You helped. On admission, during application, someone used the phone number and the number got lost. But how can that person be helped?
During the central registration beginning next week, the faculty administrators have that right to change the phone number. Actually, when you go in the portal, there are so many things that you can tell the faculty administrators, and they will input them, your father's name, guardian's name. So you can tell them and they will input them.
Okay, I think now the rest, they are almost repeating the same questions. What best can I do as a university student to keep my money safe? Advise them how they can keep their money safe, whether to bring it to you.
Members, when you are at the university, that's why the bazaar is put there. There are so many banks, so feel free to move by, register and get yourself a bank account. These are things you need to do when you are at university.
Okay, I think the rest, this one is just making fun that you told them there are 2 graduation parties. He wants to know the first one. When are they graduating first? Okay, members, I think the rest are almost repeating the same things.
Thank you very much, our MC.
Now, those members who were inquiring about how to pay fees using when you generate a reference number, can you pay fees using mobile money? NASA is here, is going to assist to project that. We can choose any student here, we test using that student, and you'll see the codes which will come, even national council.
Members, let's give a 5 to the office of the bursar. I hope most of the questions have been answered. For those that have not been answered, you'll find the answers as we go on. Some of these questions were for the academic registrar, and some are for the ICT team. The ICT officer is here with us. He's going to take us through the next session. So you are going to get answers. In case your question has not been answered, it was for another group, and refer it there. So thank you very much, Office of the Bursar. Students, these offices are open. Continue interacting with them. They have given you the numbers. Call those numbers for help and pay those fees. Don't regret later when you're being sent out of the examination room. Let us give them a 3 as they get out. Hey, that's a very faint one, you people. Okay, thank you very much. Now, let's stand a bit and stretch as we welcome Office of the ICT to take us through those reference numbers, things that you want to know. The director is here with us. Let's give a 5 for our director ICT as he comes in. You're most welcome, sir. Yeah. Let's stand up and stretch, because what we are going to do is very, very, very important. All your questions have been rotating around this. So please, let's stretch. Those who are seated, please let us stand up. Can you do some stretches? Stretch, stretch. Okay, up. All hands up. All. Then turn around. Let's turn around. with our hands up. Turn around. Lower them, lower your hands, and turn around. Okay, you can now get seated. So when you came in, we were waiting for your arrival. Mr. Nassa, you are most welcome. And without taking any minutes, I would like to welcome you to come and address our dear first-year students. ICT, please.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon to you all. I want to add my voice to everyone here welcoming you. Welcome to Kyambogo. Clap for yourself. You know, there are so many people who wish to be here like you. So you are among the chosen ones to come to the mighty Kyambogo University. This is one of the best universities in Uganda, and we are very, very, very proud to receive you. My name is Okwonzi John. I am the Chief of ICTs for Kyambogo University. You are beginning to feel the presence of ICT in Kyambogo is when you applied. How many of you applied manually to come to Kyambogo? Where did you apply from? Online? From your phone or from a cafe or from somewhere? From your phone. Very good. That was our first service point for you. As ICT in the directorate, we want services to be brought very close to you. And ICT is one of the key enablers of services in the education sector. So as we welcome you, and in the modern era, most of the things we do are driven by ICT. I just want by a show of hand, how many of you have smartphones? Without fear or favor, I have. Please put up your hand. Okay. How many of you have laptops? How many of you have tablets? How many of you have used a desktop? You have used, it's not yours, but you have used it before. I believe all of you, right? Now, what it means is, why am I asking this? Most of the services are now being digitalized. So, number one, when you came, you applied online. I want to give you what used to happen in Kyambogo before you came. You will come to Kyambogo to apply. Then, number one, you will come and pick, you will come and pay around 20 or 50,000. Then number two, you will come and pick the form and your receipt. You go and fill it. Then number three, you are returning the form. And you'll have to line. Services are with you. ICT, these are the things we do for you. We provide systems. We have a system called Academic Management Information System. All of you, by design, and as part of what we do for you, you already have a portal. Do you know that? You have a student's portal. And my team will guide you how to use the student's portal. Why is this students portal very important for you? One, going to line to people's offices, you can access the service. You must enroll onto our system. So I will expect, if possible, by the end of today, all of you have enrolled. When you enroll, the system gives you a lot of information about you. About your name, about your program, about the fee structure. Even if the timetable is captured, it gives you the timetable, where you're going to do, how you're going to learn, and it will tell you how. Then by time, you can get your results on the same platform. If you want to change the program, you do it again on the same portal. So it is a very important portal for you. I would like all of you to know from the word go how to use your portals. Is that okay? That is like a service point for you. Are we together? Everything about you is there. Ensure your name is correct. Ensure the program you are doing is correct. Ensure the fee structure you are paying for is correct. That is the point where you are going to know. So very importantly, ensure you know how to use this platform. And once you know, enroll. Because it is our first requirement that you announce yourself as a student of Kyambogo University by enrollment. If you don't enroll, we don't know that you're a student of Kyambogo University. You announce yourself by what? Enrollment. It is free of charge. Are we together? The second service we offer for you is emails. Kyambogo University, as you come, we give you a student's email for Kyambogo University. This team will also tell you how to activate your email account. So you already have an email address. Is that okay? So when you communicate with us and to access other services which are e-related, you need an email address. So we are going to make sure that your email is there. One important thing I want to do, and from the word go, is when you are here, ensure things like your date of birth on the system are very correct. Why? Because they affect you towards the end of your term when you are here. Is that okay? The system tells you this information directly there. By time, you will also self-register yourself. So long as you finish paying fees, the system allows you to self-register yourself. Is that okay? So you don't need to line. But normally, the first time registration, you need to go to various offices. But as you go on, once you fulfill all obligations, you self-register yourself. You print your own registration permit. Are you seeing that? So all that information is going to be available. If you are taught, by the way, we also have a platform for teaching and learning. It is called Kyambogo University e-learning management system. That is also another service. We provide a platform for e-teaching. Why am I bringing these things to you? Because the world which you are in and where you are going to go is mainly operated by e-platforms. Are we together? These days when you are buying things, you are buying online. Am I right? When you are paying using online platforms. So everything is going in that direction. So when you are here, it's very important that you start making use and getting familiar with all these services. The other service we provide for you is internet. Within the university, we have almost covered 90% of this university campus with internet, which is free for you. So long as you are a student of Kyambogo University, you have the right to access that internet free of charge once you are here. And one of the things you need for that is the email address I've talked about. Once you have the email address, you can access the internet. And secondly, not only here, there's what we call education roaming. When you go around, you'll be seeing wireless access points and access names called EduRoam. Are we together? You can go to a hotel, you can go somewhere, you can go to another university. Once you see EduRoam, whether you are in another place or even outside Uganda, so long as you see EduRoam, if you have a Kyambogo University email address, you can access that internet free of charge. Are we together? So that's why I'm saying the email address is very, very important for you. So those are very critical services we do. We also provide support for you whenever you have a challenge with the systems, IT support, and so on. Our team has got a support desk to give you ideas and information about how to help you, how to register, how to enroll, and so on. They do it here, but if you have any challenge that you need support, ICT related, which are within our mandate, not everything, we also offer you that support. Particularly, maybe you have problems logging in and so on, you need support, we should be able to give you that support. But most importantly, please make yourself familiar with these platforms. They help you a lot. Now, there's one thing I want to caution you. There are people around the university, when you normally come as fresh students, they try to play and they want to defraud you. There are a number of fraudsters. They will come here, they dress smartly, some of them look like students. They are not. What they will want to do is, if you have money, they say, I can pay for you fees. All right? And then at the end of the day, they take your money. And they say they have paid for you. The reason why I'm asking you to ensure that you know how to use your platform, you can pay your own fees. It's easy. Even with mobile money, okay? We've enabled mobile money, you can still pay your fees without any problem. And some of them, just for you to go and pay fees, they want to charge you 1,000, 2,000. That money can be for you for other things. If you can do it by yourself. Is that okay? You don't need for somebody to go and take your 1,000 to make you pay. Just know how to what? Pay using the system. Is that okay? If your friend, you don't have a laptop or a phone or something, you can ask from a friend who has the mobile phone or a laptop. Or we have also the computer center, right? Where you go there and ask these people, I want to learn how to pay. And they can help you to do that. Is that okay? So do not allow fraudsters to pick money from you. Information is very critical. Once you know how to do it, you save yourself. No one will say, you give your money, I'm going to pay for you. No. You either pay in the bank or you pay using what? Mobile money. Is that okay? Now, once you pay fees, the longest time it takes to reflect for you to see that I've paid is like 10 minutes. Is that okay? So once you pay your money, check. After 10 minutes, is the money there on my account? Your portal will show you how much money you have paid. Even if you have the money and you can even deposit the money and keep it there for future use. For paying, for example, if you have a sponsor and wants to pay in advance, you can keep your money there, right? For this semester. And when the next semester comes, you use it for paying. Is that okay? So do not be carrying money for people to be able to play with that money. And also caution those of you, and this has been a practice. Some of you come and your parents give you money and you want to become investors. Eh? And the investment is you go for sports betting. You know, we are the people who create those systems. They don't create it for fun. It's business. Are we together? It's business. How does the business work? I collect the money from very many people, right? Then I come and give one person to entice more people to come on board. Are you seeing that? So for you, you get your money, they will collect from many people and give one person. Say, you see so and so as one, this money. No, they have collected from what? Now for you, who is unlucky, you'll be the one to what? To lose. Are you seeing that? So it is an ICT system they create. And it is for making money. And where is the money coming from? From you. So they will pick money from various people and give one person a portion of what they have collected from many people. And you think you're investing. One person is gaining when the majority are not, isn't it? So make use of your fees properly. Some of us come from very poor families. And your parents have sent you here knowing that this is your future. You have come as an individual. You don't get his paper, you will get your own paper. And what defines you at the university. So my question is, if the money is for fees, pay it using the system. The system is available and it is free for you to use as a student of Kyambogo University. Is that okay? So these are the critical ICT services we provide for you. And we are here as ICT, we always want to support and make your life easy. So take advantage of what is here and ensure that you learn how to use the systems that give you services. And once you know how to use them, your life becomes what? Easier. Don't wait for the last minutes to pay. If you have the money, please pay it what? In the right time. There's also what we call surcharge. When you delay to pay them, there are policies in which we operate. They will charge you. And the system does it automatically. Are we together? So you avoid those kind of things. You can avoid them by ensuring that you register, you enroll, register, and pay what? First of all, enroll, pay, and register in time. Are we together? We should start this as a practice from the word go. But otherwise, to cut a long story short, I want to wish you the best in Kyambogo. This is the place which defines your future, and it starts from you. The initiative is in your hands, not in somebody's hands. What we can only do as ICT to enable you and make it better for you as you are here. And me, as a person, I normally like working with these students. Most of the staff you see here were once students of Kyambogo University. All of these guys were once. And we are saying, if we are to employ, let us employ our own. Is that okay? Because if I train you with very good ICT skills, I also want the service here. So that Kyambogo gets what? The best among you. So work hard, and you never know, you can be part of us in the nearest future. With that, I thank all.
Yes, now, the director is busy. We are going to let him go, and then we are going to take over from there. That is the director of ICT services. Now, today I have one new face. That is Mr. Thembo Jimmy. Mr. Thembo Jimmy is going to take us through EduRoam. By the time you guys leave here, you're going to have free
any network. The first thing you need to ask yourself is, do I know the owner of the network? And two, is the network secure? So if you have answers for those two, then you can go ahead and so on campus, we have several networks, but we want you to zero down to one. We want all of you guys to connect to Edu. So wherever you find EduRoam, you connect. Because now we have told you, you know who that network belongs to the university. And then we are going to show you a secure way to connect. So to connect to Edu, you need two things. You need to have your student email address, which I am sure by now you know. And the second thing you need is the password for that email, which I am sure you already know. So So how do you connect? So for all guys who are using Android, for all guys who are using Android phones, you go to the Play Store and you download an app. The app is called Get Edu. Get Edu. So you go to the Play Store, and you download the app called Get in Canvas. Your phone or laptop will automatically connect. Okay? Now, EduRoam, just like the director said, you find links in Makerere. You find EduRoam there. When you visit your friends in MOOCs, you find EduRoam there. When you go to
the person who asked the question is in this room, oh, there is even screens outside. The demo is there. When you go to the one of the links there, takes you to a site which says Get EduRoam app. Get an app for either Windows or Android and even Linux. So there is an app for every operating system.
My name is Ojambo Elvis Nagafa. I was inquiring if at all I have a PC and a phone, then I enroll in the 2 sessions, but unfortunately my phone gets lost and then I have to transfer my account. Will I be penalized for having 3 active sessions? Thank you.
So when the third phone is lost, you cannot have 3 sessions again. He's a student and he's a fresher. That would Our last question for EduRoam.
Thank you.
From application for them to be able to use the campus Wi-Fi. I hope that is answered. Thank you.
Maybe he's trying to be a politician and he cares his electorate. So, but your questions have been answered. One question here.
These days we normally find
but I hope you know how to pray. You first pray. When the prayer fails, then you come. Okay? So that was the last question for Ed. We know you will be connected to EduRoam. So starting tomorrow, call your parents, tell them, I don't need money for data. The university is providing. So we can have a big hand clap. 5 factorial. Did you people do mathematics? So that 5 factorial goes to Jimmy, our senior ITO, in charge of networks. So if Jimmy, you're busy, you can have your way. But if you decide to stay, we have questions concerning the portal again. So how many people tried to activate? You had not gotten help before. From yesterday's tutorials, you tried and succeeded? Once we have one, then we know the rest are the ones who have what? They have their home issues. So, do we have... So let's have the question. Which birth certificate do they want? This one, people are demonstrating that how come. So this person knows that arrows up, data is moving up and then down.
My question is that in another name, am I able to open up my photo?
So if your number is registered, the number in the portal is not the one.
Yes.
The number is not in your names. Yes. No, that is okay. For us, what we do, we send a message to the number. Whether it's your names or not, that one doesn't matter. Yes. We just send a message. So that was the question about the portals.
Another one.
So EduRoam is telling them to reconfigure for most people.
Yes, my name is Alvin, and I just wanted to ask how I can upload my picture on the portal. Because I've tried like 2 times and I've failed.
Now, I'm getting information that most of you had tried to connect EduRoam before, and it wasn't going through. Now you need to first forget the things you tried to enter. Download the app afresh and start. You know how to forget internet. You press and hold until it gives you a menu, and one of the options says forget settings. Then you forget them. Then you try again and download the app. We are very sure this app has been tested. It is international. It works all over the world. So you can't fail to connect. There's a problem with my portal, biodata. How do I rectify it? Go to your faculty and you see your faculty registrar. Now, there will be what we call central registration. I hope AR told you when she was here, or the whole team was here. Now, during that central registration, that's the best point to correct everything in your portal. Any biodata is corrected. The best time to correct it is during central registration, because you're going to be interfacing with these people directly when they are registering you for central registration. Help activating the portal. I have tried to activate mine, but I am not receiving the token number. So what should I do, please? Because I really don't know what to do. I have tried for 4 days. Now, and a certain email. you need to know given you the passwords. So from the recap, the email is your student. You people are moving ahead. Photos will be uploaded at faculties. And I've already told you that during central registration, those items will be handled. And one of the things you need to do, have a photo, correct your date of birth. Hey, you need to study. So, photos will be uploaded. That is part of central registration, so it is handled at the faculty. Sure that this photo is taken by a professor. After the 2 demos, we shall go back to questions and answer, and we shall end the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nasser. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So as he tries to get us a demo, because we want you guys, and you start entering the details of UG. The password is a registration number, which is in the form of 25/U/ the code / the number / activate. In the process of activating it sends the code to your student's email or to the phone number registered. And it gives you a hint that the code has been sent to this number or this email. Meaning that if those two you think are not the ones, then you can complain to us and say, the email or phone number, which is in my portal, I don't have access to it. Then you can say, I'll use that code, you use it as an OTP. The OTP phone is one-time password. So it expects you to use it once. And when you try to use that, where are you doing this? You remove the soul and put under the soul. So we send some guides there. You should be able to access guides each and every place. So I think our demo is now ready. Yes? I was saying we have guys on our website. Some of you don't know our website, but I've been mentioning the domain, which is k1u.ac.ug. Whenever you see that domain, anything you just started talking about, the mighty Kyambogo. Okay? Now, yesterday we were advising people to go on Twitter, to go on X, to go on X, to go on Facebook, and follow us. You know, when they are posting wrong things, we are depending on you people to post the correct things. And the correct things are, that is the best university. Because you guys don't know any other university. So let's have a demo with Mr. Joseph.
So somehow it's been a bit, but it happens, eh? These are machines, so sometimes they can act funny. So I was trying to tell you, make sure that you access your Gmail application and when you have to select add another account, and then you select Google service, and then it will ask you for authentication. Like I told you yesterday, if you don't have the screen lock in your phone, please ensure that you add one. Okay? If you don't have the screen, for those of us who are using our phones and you just swipe and it just opens. So ensure that you add. It can be a pattern, it can be a fingerprint, it can be a PIN, it can be a password. For those of us who are using our face unlocking, please use those, but ensure that there is at least something to unlock your phone, not just the free entry and exit, because we need our phones to be and our devices to be secure. And this helps us to secure our systems as well, because you are holding these systems and they contain a lot of things in your phone. And then, so once you try to open your phone, and then it will ask you for that authentication, please enter one. Where it asks you to enter anything like a fingerprint or a pattern, please ensure that you enter one, so that you're able to have those. And once you finish entering them, now they'll ask you to enter your email. Now, the email, like we said, the email is your student number at std.kyu.ac, just like it is indicated there. For those of you who may not be able to see very well, let me just pick this. Okay, so that is how it is supposed to be written. Your student number at std.kyu.ac.ug. And then the password is your registration number. Like we said, when you get admission letter, it may be indicated as admission number. So please ensure that you write those ones. And they should be in capital letters, just like they are indicated on your admission letter in capital letters. Okay? Then, once you have been able to enter those details, so that is your username and then the password. So from there, you click proceed, and then it will ask you to enter the password. Then it will ask you to enter the password. Please ensure that you also click on proceed, and then the password that we told you yesterday, it is your registration number. So you enter it, everything in capital letters, and then you click on proceed. Now, once you have clicked on proceed, it will now bring you that long list of words, very many of them, which you don't even need to read through, because you have already read on your behalf. All you need to do is just say, I understand. And then, after understanding, even when you've not read through, you have to agree. And say, I agree. Okay? So, because you have to do that to complete the process. Just say, I understand. Then after clicking, I understand. Then you again click on, I agree. And the system will also be able to now take you to the next step, whereby it is going to bring, take you to the email box, and then shows you those messages. Now, for those of us who don't have screen lock mechanism in our phone, it will just show you getting messages and you remain there. So if you have had that challenge, it is because you didn't have anything to using those steps that we have shown you. And this, now after that, then you can always go back to that top right corner, you tap there, and you're able to switch accounts for you to select between the university email account and also your personal Gmail accounts. So those are the steps that you need to follow for you to be able to use the university email service. And once you have signed in successfully, so it means that your email and your password are good to go. Everything's working perfectly well. You can now use those details to go ahead and use them for EduRoam. So those are the details. Normally we use this site to ensure that our emails and the passwords are working very well. Okay. So once everything is fine, then you can proceed to connect to EduRoam using the procedures like we showed you earlier on, where you needed to get your EduRoam, get your phone, you download the Get EduRoam app, and then search for Kyambogo University as an institution, and then you would enter the username, which is your email, and the password, that is your registration number. And it is through those processes that you will to use the email service as well as the EduRoam Wi-Fi. So I hope the issue of the emails is now sorted. So we should be able to access emails after we have used those procedures. Unless anyone still has a question in regards to the emails and also EduRoam. Do we still have any other question in regards to those two services? The email and maybe EduRoam? Okay, so I believe that should be okay on the side of emails. So we are going to now use the remaining minutes to talk about the other service, the student portal, as well as all the other services that might be pertinent for your stay at the university. Now, yesterday we looked at the services looked at the photo services, and we looked at the photo services, and we said when you open your portal, you should go to proceed to do enrollment. You should go to obtain a reference number from the portal. You make the payments using those payment procedure, using the banks that are around. And then also, once you have paid fully, then you proceed with registration. Now, for you as a fresh student, you have to begin with central registration, where they will need to verify your academic documents. And once those documents are verified, that's when you can now proceed and register. After you have registered, then you can be able to print a registration card as well as an exam permit that will be used to sit for examinations. Now, after you have sat for examinations and the semester has ended, they will mark your scripts and the results will be uploaded to ask you to enter your student number if you are a student who has just joined. So you can just enter the student number, and then they will send you a receipt token on either your phone number, so this is the phone number they used when you were applying with us, or on the email. Now the email is what we have just talked about, our email address. So the token will be sent on that email address, so you enter that token, and then you set a new password that you will now use to sign in to your account. Do we have anyone here who has already paid? Who has already paid? Okay, I will just anyone if you are okay to share with us your student your account so that we can at least look at after we have paid. So are you okay sharing with us? Okay, so you can step forward. Gentlemen, we shall look at the challenges later on. Yes, right now I need those who have made payments. I'm not entertaining challenges.
I'm explaining. the payments I've made have not appeared in the portal, but when I try to pay for the second time using the same PRM, it shows the PRM transaction has already been transacted. So I don't know whether that one is...
It seems you're very rich. When you have made a payment and it's not reflected, and then you make another payment, then you should be very rich. But we shall look at that later on, okay? So just hold it there, we shall come. So anyone who has paid and it is showing on the photo, yes, feel free to step forward, and then we shall show for those of us who have made it.
If you want to pay and you need a loan, there is MTN Momo.
So maybe the other thing I needed to let you know that normally when you are signing into these browsers, they will ask you if you need to save your passwords. So, and if you're using someone else's device, kindly resist, don't save those passwords because they'll be saved in a different phone. But if it is your personal phone, maybe you can save the password so that next time when you open that same browser, it just automatically inputs itself. So if they ask you that, do you want to save this password? That's what it means. So for example, if for example I save and okay, I'm not saying into this. I'm using just a guest account. Can't save. But if you're using your device, your browser, it saves it. So next time you come, it just automatically inputs itself. But you also have to make sure that you're conscious so that you don't forget that qualifying challenges. Okay. So so as you can see from our friend here, she generated a reference number. Let me check. So if you come here under payments and bills and invoices, so it shows that everything has been cleared. Okay? It says yesterday we looked at how to generate a reference number, and then we looked at how to enroll and then generate a reference number. So once you have finished, then you proceed and make the payments. So for her case, she paid and everything is clear. So here they show the total invoice amount. It was this was the amount in total, and then the total now amount is 0, and this is the amount. The percentage proportion is 100%. So some of us, so when you open the window for central registration, please proceed and do that. Then ensure you register within the 8 weeks. Otherwise, after the 8 weeks, here you will find there a third invoice, which will be for surcharge. Then you will hear the term surcharge. But it is like a fine for when you register late. So some of us pay early, but then register late. So you will still be fined. So you need to pay within the 8 weeks and register within that time frame. Otherwise, if you do after that, then you will incur that surcharge of 50,000. So once you know that 8 weeks have elapsed, you don't need everyone to remind you, whatever you're supposed to pay, just add 50,000. And then you will save yourself the trouble. So we said after enrollment, they will give you, you will get an enrollment slip. So if I come on my enrollment history, it will show you the enrollment details, and you can be able to print a slip. Now, under payments, and then when you check under my transactions, I think she did a fixed deposit. That's why it is under fixed deposit, where you pay for future use. And then it is now showing you all the details, the PRN that she used, the amount of the bank that she used, and then the branch that she used to do that, to make that payment. So that is where you find those details within your student portal. And then for those, now for the other gentleman, my brother, who made the payment and is not reflecting on the portal, you need to first check URA side. Okay? Because all payments that we make here go to Bank of Uganda. But then Bank of Uganda is, it is represented by URA, because that's the official body for collecting all the government revenue. So, and URA is in charge of collecting all the government revenue. So, us being a government institution, all our money goes to URA. So, you use URA to check whether your payment has reflected. Okay? So, if you made the payment and then have not yet reflected on your portal, then you need to first check whether it has gone to URA. And yesterday I told you that the easiest way when you're using your phone is for you to download an app called Ask URA. It's an application which is also available on the Play Store. It is called Ask URA. And let me. So you use that application, which is called Ask URA. Let me check if I'm able to show that to you. Gentlemen, what did you make during that time? So, and it is still not showing on your portal? Okay, so maybe if you don't mind, you can just come and then you can as well now do this demo together. So I'm using my phone here, and I want us to look at his PRN, and we see whether that money has been able to reflect on the URL, or it's still not reflecting the reference number. So we go to the app. I already have the app on my phone, but if you don't have the app, you can just download the application. So for me, I already have the app on my phone, so I just tap on Clear RLN status. You can see this, the second, it is here, the second icon. So I will just tap on it, and then it will ask me to enter. So I just want to show this a bit, so the reference number is. So this is the PRN that he used. So if I proceed to check, let me see what it tells me. It's taking a bit longer than I thought, but you can be a bit patient with it, and then we'll see what it tells us. So I see it is taking forever to load. So let me try to use the online system here. I see if at all the So it's taking long. Let me try to check using the online. So if you're using a laptop or a computer, you can as well still go to the URL website. So if you just search for URL, it will just bring the website for URL. Let me use that option as well. Sometimes the app can. So once you go to the URL website, just click on where you see. So you just click where you see make a payment, and then on this menu that comes where you see view payment status. So you just click on that which says view payment status. And now I'm going to enter in his reference number. So enter the reference number there, which we had on our, so we have 60 1 7 5. So it is giving me some digits which I need to figure out. This is to prevent robots from checking using the system, because they know that the computerized system can't read those. So I just did that and I say track. It's going to load. Says invalid reference number. So gentlemen, you need to check whether the reference number did you get it from your portal? So let us sign in and first find out the portal that the reference number that he used. So we shall sign out. Let me leave this one for now. I might need it later. So let me just say Kyambogo student photo. So we just need to verify that he used the right reference number, because these are the challenges that you will find when you use the system. So we need to be sure that that he used the right details. So okay, so we have now successfully signed in, and so when we want to find the reference number that he used, so we shall come back and we go here under payments, then we say my bills, and we come here on generate PRN. Then after clicking on generate PRN, it will show me my payments reference numbers. So you can see active references there too. So Senyang, I don't know which one he used, to make the payment, because the first one you gave us. So you first showed us this one, which the system told us that is in the vibe. So let us make sure that we I just need to pick the reference number which he used, because I see he used two reference numbers. So he said he used this one, so which is the one we have already used. Let me first copy everything. That's what I can be able to. Just a minute as I copy the reference number. So when we go back to our URL site, and we say view payment status, so we shall enter that reference number that he used, and then we can say track. The structure is wrong, so I need to repeat. Cancel this. So you can see, it seems you have given me a wrong reference number previously. So this is the reference number. It shows you the name of the person, the reference number. Then they show you, it says submitted and cleared. These are university fees. And then they're also showing you realization date. So meaning when you see the status is submitted and cleared, it means the payment has reached URA. Okay? So that's what it means, that the payment has reached URA, and they're even showing you the bank name which you used to pay. So what we do is we say, okay, if it has been submitted and cleared, then we can come and check our where you see once you have finished, then you can come and on here on bills and invoices. We go to money transactions, and then fixed deposits. Then we say check PRN status. Are you seeing it? So we enter the reference number that we used to pay. And for my case, I've already copied the reference number, so I'll just paste it there and say check PRN status. It is now showing checking. Have you seen what it has done? It has shown it is successful. It has just shown it, flashed it. Though it is quick, but it has flashed the payment. And now, if we come back here, and we need to reload our application. If we come and we reload our application, it should now change. Let's just let me first reload it. I hope it doesn't sign me out. Okay. So are you seeing here? It is now showing the amount is and paid is. So because here we are seeing now is the balance fee is 0 and the balance on account is also 0. Are you seeing it? So it means that even when you paid money and had been seen by URA, but not reflecting on your portal, you just have to do this, and then the money reflects on your portal. Even the other asked URA thing once, but I think he had given me a wrong reference number. Maybe I copied it wrongly. He could have missed a digit or maybe something. But that is it. And that's what you can use for you to be able to see that amount and it is now reflected on the portal, and the status will now show as paid. I hope Senyange you are now okay. So the challenge is no longer done. So even if you are there as well and you have the same challenges, please ensure that you use those procedures, and then you shall be able to get yourself helped. Then, like I told you, once you have finished making the payments and you've registered, so the system also has the option for viewing your results. So you can see next semester when you are ready, you're able to see your results. You can also see your invoices. Those options are there. You can view your biodata, so you can as well come and update this biodata at the time when you are doing central registration. And because our session we are using it for long, it has expired, and now we need to sign in again. So do we still have any other questions in regards to the portal? Because our time is also up. Yes, gentlemen.
Good evening, now my question is, I have my money deposited on my private account. How do I transfer it to pay for the tuition and the function fees?
Okay. Any other question? So if you open your portal, let me use now, let me check with my portal. I think this session is still in. So if you open your portal, we told you yesterday, when you open under my these are invoices. Okay, so when you open under generate PRN on your portal, when you click on generate PRN, there is 3 tabs. The first one is generate PRN. Now we told you about the 3 options. The second one is my payment reference number. So please, like I told you yesterday, avoid generating too many reference numbers. A reference number will be available for 3 weeks. That is 21 days. So just generate one and you can always use it within that time. Then next there are payment methods. I hope you are seeing payment methods. So it shows you how to pay with the bank. So when you say it gives you the procedures, visit the nearest bank, provide your details, and then the reference number. Then you can just confirm the payment status. Then there is also now which says how to pay with mobile money. I see it. So you just tap there and it gives you the steps. The first ones are pay with MTN mobile money. Dial *165 *18 hash. Follow the prompts and enter the reference payment reference. Then if you are using Airtel, those are also the details for you to pay using Airtel money. So if you have money on your mobile money and you want to make the payments, you can use those 2 options to have the payments made on your portal. Any other question? Someone is asking that what if I open the portal and they sent me the reference number, yet I'm not willing to pay now. Before it expires, will my portal be blocked? And your portal will not be blocked. Like we told you, even Basa told you about in the morning, only generate a reference number when you're ready to make the payment. So when you're ready to make the payment, then don't make or don't generate a PRN. Just only do that when you're ready to make the payment. So as we are concluding, the other thing that as you next week you're going to start studying. And as you start studying, some lecturers or some lectures might be conducted online. So there are some lecturers who will come and say they won't have an online class. So and if you have these online lectures, they won't be conducted majorly. We have what we call live classes. So live classes is where the lecturer is somewhere and maybe you have not been able to come, and you're also somewhere. You could be using your phone, you could could be in a lab, could be using your laptop, and you're able to attend online classes. And in this regard, you will need to use, you will need to have those tools that will enable you to conduct online classes, and that's where the element of e-learning comes in. Here we are using two major platforms, that is Zoom and Google Meet. So if you open your phones on your Play Store, there is an app, you can download the Zoom application and have it on your phone. So that when in case you have a lecture, the lecturer will send you a Zoom link, which you can just click, and then it takes you to the Zoom application. And also Google Meet, most of our phones might have the Google Meet, but in case it doesn't have it, then you can as well download it. For the Google Meet, it uses our university email and our university email and the password, because it's also a Google service. Then we also have KEMS. KEMS is the short form for Kyambogo e-learning management system. Kyambogo e-learning management system. Some courses or some lecturers will want to use that platform. Not all of you. Some of them will want to use that platform. I think especially those in education and maybe those in engineering. I think some people do electrical engineering. Your lecturer might use that platform. So for that one, it is based on Moodle. And this platform, even if you also come on your browser and you search, you just say Kyambogo e-learning, or you just put in KEMS. If you just say Kyambogo e-learning, it will come. You can see Kyambogo e-learning management systems. So if you say KEMS, it will come. Okay? So if you just click on it, then it will take you. This one is for the one of special needs. So this is where you see the e-campus learning management system, and you click on it, then it will take you to our e-learning platform. You just have to come to the top right corner and you log in. Those details will be shared with you, but you will be still your username, your email as the username, and the password is also your registration number. So once those accounts are activated, you'll be able to log into that system and be able to access classes. Now, how this system works is that the lecturer loads their notes. He loads their notes and sometimes even assignments, which you can just do at your own pace, okay? And read at your own convenience. So for some of the lecturers that use this platform, this is how you will be able to access it. So it is KEMS, the same way we had myportal.kyu. This one is KEMS.kyu.ac.ug. We are in the process of creating a new, revamping this system. So in case you find some updates in the near future, don't say that it's a different system, it's still the same, but we shall just have some facelifting so I can see up to the standards. So that is it, and maybe some of you will also use, might also interface with Google Classroom. Google Classroom is also a Google system, so if you as well open your applications on your phone and just say Classroom, the application will come for Google Classroom. But to find more details about this e-learning platform, we have what we call an e-learning resource center. So if you come, kindly get use of our website, okay? Everything is on our website. If you just say Kyambogo website, all these things will come. If you open your if you open our website and then you check here on top, there is what we call e-learning, okay? So if you open the university website, at the top where you see there is what we call online portals. These are now all the portals which are for all the online services. If you just click there, they will give you all the online portals. Student portal, universal payments, admissions portal. Now the universal payments works for those of you who want to get testimonials. You use, because you're supposed to get a reference number, you use that site. But the admissions portal is what most of you use to apply. We have the staff portal. You also have the KEMS. which I've just talked about for online learning. Then we have the institutional repository, we have the catalog, these are for the library system. So all these are our online portals. The institutional email system, we have the web content manager, these are for staff members, so you can access. Then we also have access the system user guides. For those of you who have issues with using the system, the user guides are indicated there. But what I wanted you to look at is the e-learning, which has columns, like I've told you, and also the e-learning resource center. So when you click on this e-learning resource center, it takes you to the e-learning resource center, where you find all those guides on how you can start using Google Classroom and how you can use the Google Meet. All those guides are there for you to use. They will show you that you can access the website, sign in the university email. You can create, this is for lecturers to create classes, and for you, the students, who just learn using that platform. You can as well use Kerms to access the e-learning resources. So you can find all those details on that site. And then finally, as I'm concluding, we have what we call a virtual ID. Now, you know, some of you might have, might delay to get IDs. Once you have finished central registration, okay? Once you have finished central registration and you have fully registered, that's when you'll be able to access the virtual ID services. So sometimes you might be somewhere and you're going to receive the a digital ID, a physical ID, but then you can still go to that website, documents.kyu.ac.ug, and you'll access what we call a virtual ID. If I can just do a small demo in the next 3 minutes. I don't know whether this one will bring me the correct address. If I say Kyambogo virtual ID, okay, it is here. The Archimedes Documents Verification Portal. This one is for Campus City, which shows you how to access that. But also this is the eCampus Document Verification Portal. So when you click on it, it will take you to the site which I just showed you for virtual ID, and you just click there. It is loading. So it will take you to that site where you will enter your student number. And once you enter your student number, then it will be able to issue you, to show you how to show you your ID. You can maybe take a screenshot and save it on your phone, or you can always use it maybe at the gates where they ask you for an ID and you don't have an ID yet. But this one will be active after you finish registration. That's when it will be able to display. Because before registration, you're already a student, and that ID will not be available for you. But after you have fully registered, that's when you'll be able to access that virtual ID. Okay, it has now opened. So you come, this is a document verification portal, which they will be using to show that you have registered. An exam permit will be displayed there, and the certificate and transcript, and then also virtual ID. So you come here on this where they say use student number. So you just click on it, and then you select. You just click on this, and then you say virtual ID. That's the document type you want to show, and then you enter in your student number. For example, if I enter in the student number of this, I can sign out. Let me check. Is she still on? I think. Madam, is she still on? I think she left. I'm just going to use her student number for now, for us to see. So I just enter it, and I say verify. So let me see what it will show me. Okay, so it's only for students who have ever registered. Okay? So for if you have never registered, you'll not be able to see that ID before you have not yet registered. Maybe, can I use yours? Okay, so you can just give me. He's a senior mentor, so he's now an active student. I'll just use his student number for us to see how the ID comes out. Okay, so we click on verify. So you can see. So that's how the ID looks like, and that's how your IDs will also look like when they are. So you can see, so it gives you the photo, the name, the student number, and then the program that you are doing, and then this one is for your gender. And then if you flip the ID, it will also show you the back side of the ID. So that is the virtual ID. So for those of you who, after you have registered, you know to have access to the virtual ID. That in case you delay to receive your physical ID, then you know to use that for wherever you'll be at the gates or maybe outside there. When someone says you're a Kyambogo student and they cannot believe, you just show them that. Is that okay? Do you have any other questions, please? No? Yes, I know we're already there. So, thank you very much. You are most welcome. I wish you all the best in your studies. This is it for us on the ICT side. Please, in case you come again and you can't find these services, so ensure that you come. Where you find challenges and maybe you need ICT support, just go to our website, and then once you open the website, at the bottom corner, there's something that pops up. I see it. You just click on this one, and then you accept this, and then you give us your queries, the name, the email, and submit your queries. We shall respond to you. Thank you very much.
We are required to tell you what will happen tomorrow before we leave, so that you don't go in the wrong places. I think you have a copy of these programs. In the morning, it will be from 9 to 10. That is Dean School of Management and Entrepreneurship. From 10 to 11, Dean School of Education. 11 to 12, Dean Faculty of Agriculture. 12 to 1, Dean Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. 1 to 2, Dean Faculty of Arts and Humanities. 2 to 3, Dean Faculty of Special Needs. 3 to 4, Dean Faculty of Engineering. And 4 to 5, Dean Faculty of Science. If you don't know your faculty or school, I'm told you can attend all until you find out. Thank you for attending today, and we shall see you tomorrow for another for a session with the deans of faculties and schools. Goodbye, stay safe and pray.